All right, good afternoon, everybody. Going to call the meeting of June 8th of the TRPA Hearings Officer to order. We are both in person and virtual, so this is a hybrid meeting today. My name is Andrew Strain, and I'll be serving as the Hearings Officer today. Item 1 is called meeting to order, which I've done. Item 2 is the approval of the agenda. I'll ask the staff if we have any changes to today's agenda as it's been noticed.
Yeah.
No changes, seeing none, I'll approve the agenda as it's been listed and noticed. Item 3 are the public interest comments, and these are for no action. Any member of the public who wishes to address the hearings officer on any agenda item that's not listed as the announcement of appeal rights or as a public hearing item, or on any other issue may do so at this time. However, public comments on announcement of appeal rights or on public hearing items will be taken up at the time those agenda items are heard. The hearings officer is prohibited by law from taking immediate action on or discussing issues that are raised by the public that are not on this agenda. Item number 4, and I want to be very clear about this one, it's the announcement of appeal rights. Any decision of the hearings officer may be appealed to the governing board within 21 days of the decision itself. Let me be clear on that. Any decision of the hearings officer is appealable. Goes to the TRPA governing board. Has to be filed within 21 days of the hearings officer decision. The application fee and the application appeal is found on the TRPA's website. Item 5 are the public hearing items. We have one today. Item 5A is the Bucola determination of historic resource and a construction of a new single-family dwelling that's located at 8307 Meeks Bay Avenue. It says Placer County. Is that Placer or El Dorado?
Eldorado.
Okay, it's listed on the agenda as Placer. Make that correction in El Dorado County, California. It's correct. It's down.
Yeah.
The assessor's parcel number is 016-063-016. And the TRPA file number is ERSP 2022-2023. Brandy McMahon is our staff planner on this item. Brandy, will you please give us a summary and brief description of the proposed action?
Sure. So my name is Brandy McMahon. I'm the local government coordinator with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. With me today in the audience is Wendy Jepson. She's our current planning manager. We have John Marshall. He's our general counsel. Also Marsha Birch. She's a contract attorney with TRPA. This project was actually reviewed on behalf of TRPA by Wells Barnett Associates. Lynn Barnett is with us today. He worked as a planner for TRPA for over 25 years. Also, we have Jesse Walker and then Marlon. Marlon, I'm going to butcher your last name. Could you say it just for the record?
Charnel.
Charnel. Thank you so much. Here today on behalf of the applicant, who is Mr. Robert Bucola, we have in the audience, we have Nick Exline and Molly Armanino. Armanino, I knew I'd butcher that one too, I apologize. And then on the phone, we have Susie Yanagi. She is the project architect. I believe for the first hour of this meeting here in the audience, we have Brendan Ferry with El Dorado County. And I'm going to let Wells Barnett give you an overview of the project. But I'd like to note that we have received over 50 public comment letters in opposition to the project before you today. These are from individuals, from families, and community groups such as Friends of the West Shore. We have I'd say maybe 10 people in the audience, maybe less, participating here today. I have let those people that have sent comments in know that they can participate here today at this meeting or virtually. And so I'm sure a number of them are listening in today. Some common themes that we've heard with regards to the proposed project is the size and scale of the proposed house, and the impact on the character of the Meeks Bay community, the impact of the home, and adjacent house that was approved last year on the narrow roads in the community, evacuation during the fire, impacts on the closest, intersection, off-street parking, noise, creating a large parcel, because there was another separate application that was submitted, to TRPA for a lot line adjustment, and there were concerns raised with the lot line adjustment and the proposed configuration of the lots. I'd like to note that that lot line adjustment was approved last week at a staff level. We issued a conditional permit, and that decision can also be appealed to the TRPA governing board. We've had concerns raised with the piecemealing of the project. This project is before the hearings officer today because it requires the removal of a historic cabin. A resource mitigation plan was prepared, and that is allowed under our code. You can remove a historic building, but you have to mitigate it by having a historian prepare a resource mitigation plan. That plan was shared with the California State Historical Preservation Office. And we did not receive any feedback from that office on the proposed plan. We have had a recommendation that if the cabin is removed, that the materials associated with that cabin be donated. I know last year when TRPA considered the demolition of the adjacent cabin and the approval of a new home, that the applicant did agree to donate those historic materials, so that's something we should address today. We did, the permit includes the standard project security of $3,300 and then a $10,000 scenic security. We've had a recommendation that that should be increased due to the size of the project. That is something we can amend in the permit. And another one is a big, we heard frequently, is the use of the two houses as vacation home rentals. So just so everyone knows, the adjacent house is currently under construction. That's 8305 Mainstay Avenue. Has an existing vacation home rental permit with El Dorado County, and the max occupancy is 8. That's based on the size of the previous cabin. And then the subject property today, that's 8307 Meekstay Avenue, has an existing permitted occupancy of 10. To increase that occupancy, the property owner would need to go to El Dorado County and request a change in that. And I have asked Brendan Ferry to be here if questions arise regarding the vacation home rental permits. Another main concern that was raised by members of the public was the adequacy of the scenic analysis. And then Mr. Strain, our hearings officer, did ask me to give some background on our scenic threshold standards and our scenic analysis. So I'm going to talk to that very quickly. So TRPA has adopted environmental thresholds. One of the main categories is scenic. We did our original scenic analysis in 1982 and established scenic units. There's 33 around the lake, and that is the view from the lake looking towards the shoreland.
Let's pull up the graphics for that, please.
The property, it's in Rubicon Shoreline Unit number 9. The shoreline unit, we're ranked based on the scenic, is ranked based on man-made features. Man-made features, general landscape views within the shoreline unit, and then the variety of scenery within that shoreline unit. And then each of those categories is ranked 1 to 5, and then there's an average composite score given. So in 1982, when Rubicon was evaluated, it had a threshold composite rating of 6. It was in decline along with a number of shoreline units around the lake. So in 2002, to address that issue, the agency adopted a shoreland ordinance. So for all shoreland properties, the applicants have to prepare what's called a scenic analysis, where they put in the colors and materials of the proposed project. And it comes up with a composite rating score. And based on that, only a certain amount of the structure may be visible from the lake. So typically what we see is vegetative screening to ensure that not the entire structure is visible from the lake. Shoreline structures also, as well as all buildings in Tahoe have to meet TRPA design standards, so they have to have non-reflective roofs, be of natural colors and materials, and have exterior lighting that's shielded on the top and all sides. So those are the way we protect the view of Lake Tahoe when viewed from the lake.
Do we have, Brandy, the shoreline unit map? Would Jessica have that in her series of graphics that we could?
Yeah, I can send it to her just a second.
To help show. It's shoreline unit 9.
It's shoreline unit 9, yeah. I just plug it in, will that cause problems? You can put it in.
Actually, no.
Is it? It's not gonna work?
She's on the Zoom.
Okay. Never. Email it to me.
Randy, was that email from this morning? I can forward.
Yeah, I did. I just want to point out though that I had cut and paste the wrong, let me just pull this up.
And while Brandy's doing that, working with Jessica so we can display the relevant images, I want to let everyone who's listening and who's here know my intentions today are to have the staff and our consulting planners give a presentation on the proposal and highlight issues, concerns, and as Brandy's doing now, summarizing what we heard from the public comment we received so far. Following that, I want to do a time check because I'm appreciative that the El Dorado County staff is here today, and I would ask Brendan Ferry to speak a little bit about the county review process. And I know he's got a limited time horizon. I want to take advantage of that while he's here. So my intention is just to simply ask Brendan to talk to us a little bit about what the county's decision process is in this particular application so that I understand it. Following that, we'll ask the applicant to make remarks and to provide any presentation that they have, so that we've got their information on the table, so to speak, and in the record. Following that, we'll open the public hearing and ask for, I've reviewed the comments that we have received so far, and Brandy summarizing them, and we'll ask everyone who's here and everyone who's participating remotely to offer public comment. And I want to make sure that that public comment, that's a one-way communication. That's not a back and forth. That's not a question and answer. It's to take your input. And I know we had quite a bit of that during the first hearing on the first project last year, when there was an awful lot of conversation going on, particularly on the Zoom, the remote, not in the in-person. But I want to make clear that this is a time for you to provide public comment. It's fair to ask questions, but it's not intended to be a dialogue back and forth from the podium to the staff. But we will certainly write down your questions and try and answer them as part of the deliberations. Okay, back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the properties highlighted, that's that little blue dot within the red area. And that red area, that's the scenic unit we're referring to, the Rubicon Unit 9. It's highlighted in red because it's a scenic non-attainment area. It currently has a scenic score of 7. To be in what's considered scenic attainment, it have to be increased to 7.5. If you look at the most recent threshold evaluation It was one of the reasons it has a lower score is because of large kayak and paddleboard storage racks, contributing to visual clutter in the area. In the past, this is like in 2015, there were issues with this, exterior light not meeting TRPA design standards. Some other issues in the past have been the colors of structures negatively impacting the scenic threshold unit.
And Randy, our map resource for this shoreline unit, I see as resource 9.4.
9.4.
9.4, which looks like in the original 82 resource inventory had a low rating.
Yeah,
In terms of the scoring system.
it had it was a 6 and it's been increased to 7 over time.
That's the travel route rating.
That is the shoreline unit number 9.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's an overall rating, that's
Yeah.
right. And there should be a specific resource score for unit 9 for resource 9.4. And it's shown on the little black and white map that's down there. It's a foreground view. And so is, I think, resource number 2. Those are shoreline views or low foreground views. And resource number 3 that's mapped there is a middle ground view. And then resource number 1 is a background view from the lake
Okay.
looking to the back of the forested resource. Greg Lean will remember that he and I used to enjoy one another's company quite a bit when we were looking at this scenic resource program that was developed in the 80s as part of the regional plan. This was some of the minutia that went into that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And so that's really it for me. I would like to turn it over to representatives here from Wells Burnett Associates to go over the project. It's also my understanding that Nick Exline has a presentation that he would like to do, and as we
We'll make
discussed,
time.
yeah.
Gentlemen,
All right. Marlon Charnel, Wells Barnett Associates, and we reviewed the project which is a single-family dwelling at 8307 Meeks Bay Avenue. And the applicant is proposing to demolish an existing single-family dwelling and garage and replace it with a new single-family dwelling. As discussed, it's in the shoreline unit number 9 Rubicon, the plan area statement 149 Rubicon. And it's in the shore zone tolerance district number 2. There were existing residents. It was constructed around 1932, and it's been determined to be eligible for historic resource by TRPA. As we've discussed, the demolition of the existing structure is subject to historic resource protection provisions of chapter 67 of the TRPA Code of Ordinance. And the applicant did provide a historic protection report to meet those standards. As well, the proposed new residence will include 1 kitchen, living room, dining room, a family room, theater, an elevator, exterior lakeside decks, 9 bedrooms and bathrooms, hallway and closets, a gym, TRPA gas fireplaces, a new driveway configuration, a carport, landscaping, pathways to access the lake, and water quality protection best management practices, or BMPs. Also, I'd like to note that no modifications to land coverage in the backshore, which on the map is shown as 1B SCZ, but the backshore is treated as SCZ, but it is not SCZ, just for reference. So the total proposed, including 8305, which is so 8307 and 8305 are creating a project area for scenic and coverage purposes. And so the total proposed coverage will come to 17,665 square feet plus 87 square feet of bank coverage. 8307 accounts for 12,414 square feet of that coverage. The height is 51 feet. And yeah, I think that's about covers the general background of this project that is being proposed.
Marlon, what is the existing coverage today in the project area?
The existing coverage it would be 17,752 if I remember correctly.
That's right. Is that correct? And tell me what makes that up.
So that's from existing verified coverage that predates TRPA. It could have been built back in when this cabin was built in 1932, and a lot of it has to do with the historic pathways that exist on site currently, which make up a large amount of that existing verified coverage that make up the approximately 17,752 square feet, and that's for the project area in total.
Both parcels.
Correct.
As one project area that's been.
Yeah, there's
will
also a
be merged.
significant driveway parking area.
Right.
Too.
And that's been verified as part of a TRPA LCD. Do you know when that was done? Or do we know when that was done?
There
LCD.
were two, we could look it up. There were two separate LCDs, one for each parcel. One was relatively recent. I think the 8307 one was within the last few years. Maybe Marlon can look that up and help me out. The other one, maybe I've mixed it up actually. One was relatively recent within the last few years. The other was part of a project that was approved by TRPA, I believe in the mid-90s, correct?
96.
And as part of that project, coverage was verified.
And the LCD was done in 2021.
2021, good, thank you. I will have a couple more questions on some of the details, and we'll ask Jessica to go back to the site plan now. So we can look at that. Thank you for getting the scenic resource analysis information shown. Where'd Brenda go? So I was about to ask him some questions. Where'd he go?
Andrea, if you don't mind, there's one other thing that we might want to squeeze in before we
Sure.
move on, which
Please
is
do.
we did discover as part of our review that there may be one additional condition that we'd like to propose to be added to the permit. We noticed when we were taking a closer look at the scenic evaluation as compared to the site plan. The scenic evaluation shows all the existing vegetation on the property that's going to screen the proposed house. One of the trees that's included on that scenic evaluation, which is a 16-inch fir tree in between the house and the lake, is shown on the site plan as proposed for removal. And that was either, a mistake, or we're not exactly sure what happened, but because it's part of the scenic evaluation, we want to propose that 16-inch fir be retained. And so the site plan be revised to show that 16-inch fir in the rear of the house be retained on the site plan.
Can you point that out on either one?
You'll have to zoom in a little bit. probably.
Probably right around here, it's very difficult. We have to zoom in. It's adjacent to an 18-inch.
And it is shown on our site plan.
Correct.
It's shown, but it's shown as marked. Oh, I can show you over here. And it's not easy to see.
See you next. Yep, I see you next through.
Yeah.
Under symbol.
Am I over for?
Yeah, you probably have to zoom in. It's quite blurry.
Oh, I got it. Thank you. It is generally just to the left of center.
Right
Oh,
under
the
the H.
Prow.
It's up. Right under the H here.
Okay. All right, very good.
Yeah, and Andrew, I'd like to point out that that tree is further than some other trees that are also supposed to be saved in there, so there's no special reason that tree has to come in.
When you say further.
There's other trees that they're proposing to save closer to the house.
Okay, closer to the structure.
Than this structure, than this for, yeah.
Very good. All right, good, Brendan. Thank you. Hey, Brendan, good afternoon. Thank you for making time for us. I'm curious just to learn and understand, and maybe the people who are participating today would be too. What's the county's, I'm gonna move around the owl a little bit.
Yeah, good idea.
The county's role and the county's decisions as part of this project.
Okay, so just for the record, Brendan Ferry, I'm the deputy director of our Tahoe planning office for El Dorado County. I also do manage our vacation home rental program. So the county, are you asking specifically on the vacation home rental program, or do you want to talk about building permits and DOT tie-ins and those kind of things?
Any planning review that would happen as part of this? I'm familiar with some of the local jurisdictions' planning processes, but not.
No
Totally up to date.
planning review, because this is a lakefront home, so the planning review really occurs at TRPA through our MOU. However, the county would be issuing building permits.
Yes.
We would also be issuing things like DOT encroachment permits to tie into our roadway.
So the planning, the traditional planning type review of a project like this, because of where it's located, goes direct to TRPA, no joint review, no separate reviews.
That's correct. During the building permit process, we do look at some quasi planning issues, if you will, things like setbacks. Parking standards are housed at the local jurisdiction as well.
And do you know, Brendan, if there's been an application made to the county yet?
For 8305, I believe, 8307, I do not believe, but I do not. quote
Yeah,
me on that.
07. You think not?
I think not, but I am not 100% sure, and I can find that out for you.
We may ask the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you. And now, and you're turning your hat around as the
Yes.
HR officer.
Yes. So regarding VHR specifically, I'll just talk about both of these properties quickly, and then we can hone in on 8307, but both of these properties do have legally existing vacation home rental permits with the county. They did obtain those permits prior to our cap of 900 permits going into effect, which that rule was passed in November of 2020 by our board through an ordinance amendment. The board subsequently modified our ordinance in August of 2021 to include a clustering policy, which does not allow VHRs within 500 feet of a legally existing VHR. Obviously, these two properties are adjacent. They are within 500 feet of each other. They were there prior to the rules and are thus grandfathered in. My staff did renew both of these permits at the end of May. We do have an annual renewal cycle. So fees are paid biannually, fire inspections are conducted, et cetera. So it's my understanding both of these permits have been reissued. The occupancy, as Ms. McMahon stated, for 8305 is 8, which is 2 per bedroom plus 2. So that's a 3-bedroom home. The occupancy for 8307 is 10. So 4-bedroom home, 2 per bedroom plus 2. I do have direction from our legal counsel that if occupancy is requested to be changed on existing vacation home rental permits, that requires a new permit, subject to all of the rules in the county's ordinance, including the clustering policy. In our research, since we took the program in 2018, the county has never renewed a VHR permit for a rebuild and increased the occupancy through a renewal.
Do you know, Brendan, and that's helpful, thank you, in terms of grandfathering, sometimes there are different planning and zoning rules. There are triggers that sort of say, okay, the grandfathering no longer counts.
It's
Do you know if there are any in the instance of not of this property, but in the county's VHR permitting system?
Yeah, like I mentioned, these two are grandfathered and they do have permits and they can continue with those permits as long as they remain in good standing. So that's things like not obtaining code violations, et cetera, paying their fees, doing their inspections. As long as they remain in good standing, they can retain their permits at their current occupancy. Are you asking about grandfathering on occupancy?
Really anything, sometimes, non-conforming uses is a great example.
Absolutely.
Traditional zoning code about your grandfathered in as, say, a movie theater in a residential district or a drive-in theater, and then something happens, you make some changes, and then it's no longer covered by the grandfather protection.
Yeah, we have all kinds of non-conforming uses. In our policy on non-conforming is no expansion or intensification of the use. So it legally can remain, but we wouldn't say allow a drive-in in a neighborhood to add, another screen and 10,000 new square feet of parking, et cetera.
How about the intensification of the use with respect to the project that's before us today? Would that,
Well, again, we're not doing a planning review. And I believe if we were, we would be reviewing that against our zoning ordinance. I believe this is a single family, R1 zone lot, which allows a single family home by right. We don't have in our zoning code sideboards on the size of a single family home. So if we were
more
doing
like setbacks and things and height would control?
height, setbacks, coverage, all those kind of things would determine the size of the building envelope, much like it does in TRPA.
In the list of things that you just went over, that would trigger review and perhaps a loss of good standing, you went over a list of several things. Inspections, paying the fees, does complaints enter into that? Are they part of that?
Absolutely.
Neighborhood type complaints for something,
As long as
noise,
the,
trash, parking,
yes,
poor
our,
behavior.
yes, our ordinance has many rules on all the things you just mentioned. Occupancy, signs, parking, trash, etc. If there's a complaint, we respond either via our code enforcement unit or our sheriff's department. If that complaint is substantiated, a violation is issued. We have penalties for first violation, $500, second, $750, third violation, 1,000. We are revisiting those and those are probably gonna go up. We do have a rule in our ordinance that if 4 violations are received within an 18-month period, the permit can be revoked. We do have an appeal process, much like TRPA, for any violation. So yes, permits can be removed. They are removed. If an owner does not reapply by their deadline, their permit is removed. If the owner changes on a property, their permit is removed. So if the house sells, if they transfer it, the VHR permit does not continue.
It doesn't run with the land, so to speak.
It does not. It runs with the owner.
Okay. And do you know on this particular property, either 8305 or 8307, if there have been any violations
Not that I'm aware of.
that has been filed with the county?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in the county's VHR program, is there a requirement for a minimum number of days that it be actually used during the course of a year, as opposed to having a permit and then essentially sitting on it, not renting it?
Yes,
Some jurisdictions are addressing that issue
yes.
right now.
Cannot be rented for more than 30 nights in a row, otherwise it's a long-term rental, not subject to our program. It must be rented in order to renew in the following year. So we do have a statement in our ordinance that says if it's not obvious in the transient occupancy tax returns, because VHR owners do need to pay quarterly TOT returns. If it's not obvious in those returns that the home was rented in the prior year, an applicant must demonstrate that it was in order to renew their permit.
Is there a minimum?
No. It's very ambiguous.
Just yes or no?
Yes, was it rented or not?
And to be clear, I think I heard this correctly, but can you please restate if the, when the old permit is, with respect to the capacity limits, when that, changes or is removed, when that has to now be part of a new permit? You talked about,
Any change in occupancy would require a new VHR permit and is not allowed to increase through a renewal.
and the clustering would probably be the one issue that at least comes to mind now that might, be an issue
Absolutely.
to existing permitted VHRs.
Yes, if they, in today's world, an owner could not have 2 VHRs right next to each other. So that's one issue. If they wanted to reapply for both permits, they could not do that. We also have a live map on our website that shows all legally existing VHRs and it shows the buffer around the VHR. And if it intersects in any parcel, then that property is not allowed to apply for a VHR. They are allowed to join our waiting list.
Any portion of the parcel.
Any portion of the parcel doesn't have to intersect the
The
structure.
structure, right, not structure to structure.
Right,
Okay. That's great. That's terrific information. Thank you, Brendan.
sure.
Can I ask one question? This is John Marshall. You mentioned that if there's an annual renewal of the permit, if there's a violation, the permit they're not able to renew? Was there have to be a number of violations, or is it just there's one violation and you can't renew?
We will not allow a renewal with an open code case. So the code case needs to be rectified
So if it's like a violation for noise or parking,
and say the violation is pay a $500 fee. If the owner has not paid that fee, we will not renew their permit until they do.
if they do, then it can be renewed even though there's that
Yes.
they had a code violation. but was resolved.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
No problem. Thanks.
All right, let's go back to the staff, or in this case, our consulting staff. Please talk about your analysis with respect to consistency of the project with the relevant items that are in the plan area statement. It's not everything in the plan area statement, obviously, but there are a few key points that I think apply in this case.
I can speak to that. What we've heard from neighbors opposed to this has to do, speak up. Yes. We looked at the plenary statement and we reviewed the comment letters. The number one concern, I mean, that kind of floated to the top, was neighborhood character, if you will. And I'll say that character is not TRPA code. Characteristic is a word that's used throughout the TRPA code, and it's used to define a number of things, from natural features to land uses like wilderness or other land uses. But character is not defined in the code. And there's, from the last meeting that we had on 8305, it was obvious that neighborhood character is very important to a lot of people in this area. And I will say that this is one of the larger properties along this section of shoreline. But and I can pass this over, but in plan area 149, it's a gigantic plan area with a lot of properties. Most of them are not lakefront. And most of the lakefront properties are smaller than this particular project area, but there are numerous properties on the south end of the plan area which are much larger. So the way the trends are going around the lake right now are people are developing the properties to the maximum extent. And that's something that's just, you see, people are paying high prices for these properties and they tend to develop them based on what they can get. And those limitations are going to be basically what's in the TRPA code: land coverage, height, setbacks, those sort of things. TRPA does not have, and it was debated years ago, does not have what some communities call big mansion ordinances. There are towns in Colorado, Wyoming, Jackson is famous for this, where you can't build houses, large houses that are out of character with other smaller houses in the neighborhood. TRPA made a decision many years ago, and they had an opportunity to bring this forward in the 2012 regional plan and did not. They had an opportunity to look at a McMansion ordinance, if you will, but decided that the building structures are limited by the constraints of the TRPA code. What TRPA did do in 2012 is it adopted a new form of zoning. So this isn't a plan area statement. Now we have area plans that are slowly being developed. An urban form is something that can be addressed in the area plans, and they are being addressed in some of the area plans. But again, this is not an area that is subject, or it hasn't been adopted as an area plan. So today, to say, to look at the character of this neighborhood, I would say it's been defined by TRPA as residential. It's a residential plan area statement. And when TRPA adopted that, they had 4 criteria that they looked at and decided at the time that for whatever, and this goes back to 1984 when plan area statements were first platted out.
Can you pass that map?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've highlighted where this property is. You can see to the south towards Rubicon, there's much larger properties along the shoreline in there. The residential plan areas were essentially determined by areas that were already developed for residential purposes. Areas moderate to good landability. This is not, but it was developed already. Areas within urban boundaries and serviced by utilities. This is within an urban boundary. It's serviced by water, sewer, electricity, and paved road. Areas of centralized location and close proximity to commercial services and public facilities. TRPA determined at the time that this qualified for a residential determination, and the character of the neighborhood is residential. Character is something that most all planning agencies deal with at one time or the other. American Planning Association has a circular on defining community character because this is common throughout the country. And they guide people to to look at three different things: urban form, which is what TRPA is trying to accomplish in the area plans, if you will. Natural features. In this area, we have hillside development, forest features, and we have Lake Tahoe and streams. And also demographics. So this is not an area of any special demographics that I know of, either ethnic or income levels or any of that nature. But someday, the county and all the other agencies around the lake, Placer County's already reached this threshold there, and so is Washoe. They're adopting area plans that will have, as part of those plans, an opportunity at least to look at community character, and I would assume that based on past experience, they'll look at urban form, natural features, and demographics in that formula. But today, there is no guidance other than the TRPA determined back in the 1980s that this was a residential neighborhood and that the character of the neighborhood is residential.
Yeah, the planning statement in 149, which looks like some of the original, I take it there is not an area plan for this part of the county at this time. The planning statement says the Rubicon area should remain residential, maintaining the existing character of the neighborhood. And you've shown us the map, and I think I know from my own experience and some of the information that's been presented so far and is in our staff report, the character varies depending on where you are and what part of Rubicon, from up above the highway to down below the highway to the southern part over by Bliss State Park to closer to Meeks Bay and Meeks Bay Resort. In your opinion, Lynn, as a professional planner with many, many years of experience and an awful lot of projects under your belt, does this project maintain the existing character of the neighborhood as it's proposed?
If the metric is it's residential, absolutely. If the metric is density, there's no change in density. We're going from one house to one house. They're larger. If you were to go, and you can look at the map, if you're going along the shoreline just south of here, we have very narrow, small lots. And I would argue that the residential density in that area is higher than where we're at. But again, if you go south of that, there's larger properties along the lake. There's a handful of properties even within the plan area north of this property that are large in the same neighborhood of the size of this, which have larger homes or the opportunity to build larger homes. Again, assuming that they meet the TRPA design standards, height, coverage, setbacks, and those sort of standards. So, this neighborhood, in my opinion, could be divided into below the highway and above the highway. There's a lakefront community and there's a non-lakefront community. But the code looks at the neighborhood as a whole. It's plan area. The plan area is been determined by TRPA to be a neighborhood. And we're not changing the use or the density.
Do you say yes, it does maintain?
My answer is it does. That's
Okay.
my opinion.
That's why I asked for your opinion. Thank you. Can we go, Jessica, please, to the building? We have some building elevations. I don't think we have any cross sections, but I want to ask our consulting team about that. Nick may get a chance to do that too, but not yet. I'm gonna.
Building elevation.
There are some building elevations that are after this site plan. I think if you're in the packet scrolling through the pages that are in the staff packet.
3A3.0.
Yep, I think you're heading in the right direction.
Purple mark. 3.0. Right there.
That's it. Yep. And then if you can zoom in on, I'm curious to ask Lynn and team, tell us in this case how the height calculations work, because I believe they are not the standard low point to high roof. I believe there's more involved in this particular building on this particular site than a strict application of what's the slope across the building site and where's the low point in natural grade that it intersects and what's the highest roof.
Correct. Yeah.
Talk a little bit, please, about how these, and Jessica, if you would please slide over to the right on this image where we've got some call outs and a height calculation table. And one of the things that struck me was the overall building height that is allowable, I think, if I'm understanding this correctly, at 54.5. I think maybe we corrected that 54.6
Correct.
in our staff report, and the proposed height of 51. And when I look at the table in chapter 37 of the code where the building heights, and it's kind of a carryover from that original plan and code of ordinances back when Lynn was describing the plan area statements. There's no 51 in there for a residential building. So tell me how we get there, please.
So there's a section in the code, where you are allowed to segment, your proposed height, and basically it can be segmented up to 3 segments. And then each segment kind of has to abide by certain height standards. And then you take the average allowable of each of those height standards for each proposed segment. And you multiply it by 150%, it gives you your allowable height. So you start with segment 1, which is the closest to the driveway. It must be less, or it must be 28 feet or less.
Can you use I think Jessica can blow that up perhaps a little more. Can you look at that? Where the segments are and how we determine that.
Do you want the top image or?
Top image.
For the first segment. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, Marlon.
So segment 1 right here, you take the low point and it has to abide, it has to be 28 feet or less. And they're proposing exactly 28 feet on this one. It has to go from
You want to point those out, the low point and the top highest roof on segment 1.
segment 1, highest point is over here, and the low point, I'm trying to see exactly existing grade.
So the high point's on the roof above the porte cochere.
Or excuse me, no, it's right here. At the end, this is the high point, 28 feet all the way down to the front wall there. Then you move on to segment 2, and I don't have the number exactly in front of me, but they are proposing 40 feet and 6 inches, which, as you see, the segment, it starts from where segment 1 ends, and it goes approximately to and say halfway through the middle roof plane there, and it drops down all the way.
So that's the roof plane that's perpendicular to us.
Right.
So that would be maybe over the great room or the sort of the central gathering area of the residence.
Correct, yeah. And then you see segment 3, which goes from that end point up till the end, and it goes to the lowest point of natural grade. And that would be segment 3, and I believe it's 40 feet and 6 inches as well.
So then the overall from low to high is where the 51.
Is being proposed from the low, yeah, correct.
And are those 40-foot height measurements consistent with that section of the chapter for a residential unit like this?
Yes, yeah.
How high can you go in the segmented approach in a residential?
Well, I guess it would depend on your maximum allowable height.
Right, if you max it out, so to speak.
Well, for them, it'd be 54 feet and 6 inches, so about 3.5 feet below.
Okay, do we use at this point slope across the building site for the segmented type? Or do we
Correct.
just identify a low point and natural grade?
No, you use a cross slope, and it's identified one cross slope for each, or. excuse
One
me,
for each segment.
No, one for the entire segments, right? All 3 segments, and that's 25%.
That's a fairly steep slope
Correct.
in the greater scheme of things.
Mhm.
Is that at the maximum amount of we maxed out the table at that point for 20% greater, 15%
Right.
greater?
Yeah,
I think it's best.
You think we're at the max out?
Very close, yeah.
So this is pretty close to about the maximum height, within a couple of feet. That might be achievable under the 3 segment.
Yeah, and again, from my experience, that's what you're gonna find on almost all lakefront houses nowadays, with some exceptions, people are gonna build to the maximum.
Sure.
And your allowable height is also dependent upon, the roof pitch that you are
Yes.
proposing. So the steeper the roof pitch, the more allowable height you are allowed to propose. And they're proposing, yeah, a 10 by 12 roof pitch. Which gives them a bit more to play with.
Right, and it looks like in segment 3, we've got 4 and 12
Right.
on the lowest portion, closest to the lake.
Mhm.
So in effect, how many floors is this residence?
You have a gym which is on the lower floor, then you have the main residence, and then you have an upper floor.
3.
Yeah.
One of the comments that was raised in the comment letters had to do, and we may hear about it today during public input. That the driveway slope was somehow inconsistent with the code.
No, I don't believe it is. It's at 12%, so it's well below what it's allowed.
What is the maximum allowed?
10%, but if you can go steeper than 10%, if a greater slope reduces environmental impact. You know, that's not an exact quote, but that's basically the way the code.
Yeah, so that in a sense, it's a judgment.
It is, and it's an existing
Special
driveway that's
judgment.
being reconstructed, if you will.
At the existing driveway slope today roughly,
Well, it could be a little steeper in places, they're evening it out, so.
so today it could be steeper.
Yeah.
So
It might be. in
So we'll put
intersection.
that on
Yeah.
next list of things to respond to.
307 has about a 10% slope, and I believe that, slope, based off of TRPA code, it's up to 12%, but it also has allowance to defer to the county to make judgment calls on that as well.
I didn't hear that this is gonna go to the county, if I understood Brendan's remarks properly, that this would be a one-stop permitting
For
other than a building. Okay. All right, now if you would please talk a little bit about your review and conclusion on the historic resources. Which is what we're
Right, so
in fact here for today.
yes, the determination of historic resource is a TRPA determination, and the adequacy of the mitigation is also a TRPA determination. TRPA consults with the State Historic Preservation Office. There was a historic report prepared for both of these properties, 8305 and 8307 by Judith Martin with Foothill Resources. So the first phase, which came to last year, 8305, the historic report covered that portion. That report was circulated to SHPO. No comments, but Jennifer Self has determined that the report was adequate. And the mitigations are to document and destroy. The applicant has proposed to recycle certain materials and do other things beyond what's required in the TRPA code, and that's all acceptable, of course, but it's not, it wasn't part of the calculus of whether the report was adequate or not.
The report we've determined to be adequate.
Yes, so,
When Jennifer works for the TRPA,
yes, she's your in-house expert, if you will.
hey, did we hear back from SHPO?
We did not.
No,
Did we hear back from SHPO on the first one?
No, it was,
it was circulated once for both. Yeah.
Yes. And
And
that's a kind of a tendency of theirs is
they,
they might speak up if they have an issue.
California SHPO is,
They're probably,
they have a bigger territory
overloaded.
and more work in Nevada. The responses from California SHPO, in my experience, is not high, especially
I
for
remember
residential. They will respond more for, community cultural, if you will, but for residential properties, it's rare to get a response.
okay, that was my understanding. That's been my experience as well. And the proposed mitigation,
It's to document the structure, which has essentially been done in the Foothill Resources Report. And keep that documentation in the TRPA permanent file records.
is it once upon a time, it was to place it in certain libraries too, for public records or. public
Those- that
records searches and
documentation.
access.
Yes, that documentation is shared with local libraries. The applicant has proposed to donate it to local museums and others. All I have to speak to,
Yeah, well, that's Nick to put that on his list of
yeah,
what's being proposed. I know we talked about that as part of the house on 8305 last year. And so it's your recommendation that finding in that section of the code, based on what's being proposed and what has been done with the report, that meets the intent of chapter 67 of the code for conserving the resource.
the TRPA has determined that that's been an appropriate mitigation on numerous projects in the past. It was also determined to be appropriate for 8305. So this would be in keeping with that.
It's a precedent, really.
The precedent wasn't set at 8305. I don't know.
No, I don't mean
No.
8305, but the precedent of selecting report and offer for some sort of reuse is
It's been-
acceptable.
It's been a TRPA practice for many years.
And this is not a mapped scenic resource on our historic
A mapped historic resource.
maps, is
It's
it?
not a mapped historic resource.
Okay. All right, let's talk for a minute about the scenic. Brandy did a great job of presenting the setting, really, what's the landscape setting for this area in Shoreline Unit 9, and it is part of a specific resource that's down along the shoreline that has been mapped and evaluated over time. Talk a little bit about the connection in your opinion between the travel route ratings and the scenic quality ratings, and how the shoreline visual magnitude or visible area system works together. How do those two things fit?
I'm gonna.
I think to the layperson, it's a little unclear.
Are you asking how we determined our competitive score for this project?
That's part of it.
Okay,
Maybe the bigger picture is for Lynn, who's got the history here and lots of project review experience and connecting shoreland, visible mass. We'll get to the details of the calculation, but starting at the general level
I'm
and
gonna let,
moving
I'm
to
gonna
the,
let these guys address that if you will. I've not been directly involved a lot personally with scenic shoreland for a number of years, partly because of color blindness and other factors. And so we have Melissa Shaw on our staff too. Melissa's in Arizona. She did the review, worked with the applicant's representative, and both Jesse and Marlon have had conversations with her on scenic, but I have not, on this project, I have not been deeply involved in scenic. So
so my understanding is that there's a scenic assessment. So it's a baseline of the scenic conditions that's based on the existing structure.
will you please, Jessica, go a couple of pages down to probably, I think it's probably the last of the plan sheets. The sheet number in the architect's package is A3.2. There you are, right there, that one. Yep, and I'm probably gonna need to make that just a little smaller to fit the image in.
So yeah, it starts with the scenic assessment of the project that's being proposed. Before the project's even being proposed, you have to have baseline scenic condition. And that's based on existing structure, color, height, existing visible mass, types, and areas of materials, plus the identification of existing vegetation types and location, size, and height. And so TRPA determined that the project complies with level 5, option 2 of the visual magnitude system in the code.
Tell us what that is, what the 5.2 means.
The 5.2, so this level applies to projects that are altering or increasing the lakefront facade area by more than 50%, or proposing new visible structures, which this is doing. So the allowed visible area for the project, and this was determined by TRPA, via the vantage point that's taken from 300 feet. The allowable visible area for the project is 10,615 square feet based on the composite score of 30, and additional shoreline length. the proposed visible area, what they're proposing for this project, and this includes the entire project area, which is 8307, 8305, and the boathouse, which is below the high water line. The proposed visible area is 3,141.5 square feet.
And how did you come up with that?
So the mitigation that they proposed, it includes existing vegetation, visual breaks, which result in the mitigation of 6,443.5 square feet of visible area. It's just all current existing, vegetation.
And talk to us, Marlon, please, a little bit about what the bottom diagram is showing us.
The scenic visual.
Yeah,
Simulation
kind of
here.
walk us through that, please, and
Right.
how that's important in
I mean-
this issue from a visual standpoint.
So as I noted earlier, there is a vantage point, a scenic vantage point that is taken with the TRPA staff, I believe. Tiffany Good is the person who comes and determines where the scenic visible area, the scenic will be taken from and how the mitigation will be proposed. So basically, you're standing where Tiffany Good approved the scenic vantage point from. And so you look from here, and this is what is already existing. So they are not proposing any sort of vegetation or landscaping. They are solely using all vegetation that is on site. And so what you are seeing here is a simulation of all the trees and vegetation that are currently there. And you can start off on the left, which starts with an 18-inch tree. And what's difficult to just see through the simulation is what are these trees representing? The site plan, if you kind of toggle between the two, showed you where each tree and how we got to this standpoint that they're able to mitigate this amount of visible mass.
And we're looking in the dark line is the outline of that two-dimensional plane,
Right,
essentially, of
Correct.
the lake facing building elevation.
correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, keep going.
I mean, I believe that's about all I have, but we could go step by step of each tree. It starts off with about an 18-inch fir, I want to say. And then you have a little visual break that goes into a cluster of a cedar and 3 firs, which kind of create this mitigation of the center of the residence, which then goes into another opening into 2 firs, which are really close by the lake shore. And also, just to note, there's a bunch of brush at the bottom of this proposed project as well. And I guess the reason why the brush can create this amount of mitigation is because you're also on a very steep slope. So you're looking from down below. And that's kind of how we came to this determination. And just to note, there is a visible mass allowance of, I believe I said 10,600 and so square feet that's allowed to be shown, which is more than half than what they are proposing that they, more than half that they're still allowed, what they're proposing.
And we're looking at both, again, the project area concept, we're looking at both structures from
Right,
the same viewpoint.
right.
Yeah, the project area is not just coverage, it's scenic. And so, and there are shoreline structures, piers, the boathouses down below, and so they're tied
They
together.
all count.
Everything counts.
Everything counts, right? Okay, that was my understanding. And have you all, or whichever one of you worked on this the most, this issue, drawn your own conclusions that what's been represented by the applicant and the applicant's agents looks real, looks believable, or is you'd come to the same conclusions if given the sheets and the site and the vantage point and you'd go out to the lake and look at it and you draw the same conclusions?
As Lynn had spoken to prior, Melissa Shaw is the expert on this, and she came to this determination and I stand by her work and I reviewed it myself and went on site and yes, we stand by this.
And do you remember, Lynn, from the first one, or maybe Marlon, by that, she may have worked on this one too, on 8305. Does that look like where we ended up on, from a visibility standpoint, the square footage for 8305?
It's been a long time.
I'd have to go
so,
back and look at the file
Yeah.
to see what the
I mean,
numbers were for that. You know, because at the time, I think we looked at that one and maybe we looked at the.
so it is a
existing cabin,
different, it is a different vantage point for 8305, so it might not.
but Maybe we
might
moved
be
along the
exactly-
lake a little bit to
Sure.
the south, perhaps
Sure.
for this one.
I can't speak exactly to that, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure. So I don't want to say it.
Now let's go back to the site plan, if you would please, Jessica, at the beginning of those large format graphics. One more. We got one more.
Other way.
One more up, please. Yep. Sorry, that's just the BMP calcs. Aha, that's our site plan. Yes, thank you. Okay, Marlon, please point out for us where those trees are that are shown in that lake facing elevation screening diagram.
Starts with the first one here, which I believe is a fir, and we go to the cedar, and there's two fir right here, and then just north of that, there's another one. Then we go down by the lake, it is a 34-inch Jeffrey pine. We come back up here, there's an 18-inch fir, and then there's a 16-inch fir that we had talked about that is shown as being removed, but that needs to be retained for the scenic assessment purposes. And then there is the two firs by the shoreline here, which complete the scenic. assessment.
Do we have any photographs
We have.
from the viewpoint?
We have some, I'm not sure TRPA has it.
Didn't you send it to us yesterday in an email?
So,
That one,
yeah,
that we're talking about?
Yeah, can we please blow that? This is the viewpoint that was selected.
Correct.
So today it looks to be relatively well screened as one would view it from the lake. Are we losing any of these trees as part of the construction itself?
Well, there was the one tree that we mentioned earlier.
Talked about the 16 that was proposed for removal. So you're suggesting we leave,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
Any of the other ones? Are we losing any of the other ones as part of this?
There's there's some that are being removed, but they do not impact the scenic calculations.
They're in the construction site.
They're in the construction site. Okay.
And I'll just say too, that, you know, from our experience, trees die. So, you know, I can't guarantee in 20 years it's gonna look this way.
Right, limbs fall.
It's been, this is a rocky, it's been known this point, this part of the lake is a rocky,
Yeah.
probably not great soils, but trees have made it, and trees thrive in places you don't expect them to see.
Yeah.
All over the world. And where is the large, do we have a picture of where the large pine is that?
It's not the best photo
Down at
here, but
the-
it's right
down at
here,
the
it starts here, this is the trunk and the canopy starts and goes up. And here.
So we pick up the benefits of it really partway up the.
Yeah, including the brush and stuff.
But Andrew, just a snapshot in time, pines self-prune, so the branches start moving up from the bottom. Firs hold on to the branch.
Not so much.
It's a
Cedars.
It's a snapshot in time.
Pines
It's
do.
gonna change over time.
Okay, the last question, so then, again, can you please, give me, your recommendation for this project and what were the major contributing points to it? In terms of what you think the hearings officer should do?
If this was not a historic structure, it would be reviewed at staff level. We recommend that you approve the project with the findings that are in the staff report. Some of those findings deal with historic. We have a draft permit that we recommend that you adopt. We have some modifications to the permit that we'd like to enter into the record today. Were there any other ones that we haven't discussed?
Modifications.
Not yet.
Okay,
We talked about the tree on the site plan.
this, if there's any that we haven't discussed, it'd be the time to add it.
Just that one,
Yeah.
just a change on the site plan. There are some notes on the draft conditions of the permit for some
There's a
corrections.
possible cleanup that Randy mentioned earlier regarding the security.
Security, we had it listed as 3,300 and 6,600 in another place, and then we had also discussed maybe increasing it, so we need to clarify that.
And that's for the that's for the permanent water quality BMPs.
Yeah, for larger projects other than a single family home, we generally require a construction cost estimate for implementation of B&Ps, and then we collect a security based on 110% of that.
Yes, right. But for single family,
We generally do 3,300, but this is a really large home.
is there a small and a large option in the fee schedule to check?
It's up to the discretion of the planner, so we can collect a larger security if we think we need to for a project.
Anything else in terms of changes?
No,
Okay, so go ahead. Then you were starting on if this was not a historic resource, which
yeah, then we'd have
we wouldn't be here today.
wouldn't be here today. And there would be a permit issued to staff level with the standard appeal provisions for that, but we're here today because of the historic. But it allows a complete review as we've done today of the whole project. I think this project's been thoroughly reviewed. We're not unaware of neighborhood opposition. We wanted to make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And I think we did a good job on it. And we have the applicant here today. He can tell you the ringer we put through on this project. We've had a lot of back and forth. And I think it's been reviewed thoroughly, and I recommend that you approve the project with the draft permit as modified and the findings.
And do we know, I'll put this on my list of questions for Nick and his team as well, is do we know why for a project in this location of this size, why we didn't receive any kind of a landscape or planting plan to go with this? It would occur to me that something of this nature would, maybe it's on the site plan, but something of this nature would have some type of additional, even if it's ornamental landscaping. not
There's
just
landscaping
screening.
called out on the mountainside of the house, it's not a scenic concern, it's more ornamental, if you will. On the lakeside, it's a dry, brushy, rocky environment that would probably, we believe, be left alone. We don't want to see irrigation brought in. When you start irrigating or changing that environment, which is adapted to that area, you start changing it, then it changes the potential for the vegetation out there to thrive or not thrive.
The law of unintended consequences.
Sometimes it's best to leave it alone.
Something's happy out there, it looks like, in terms of living. Okay, thank you. That was terrific. I appreciate all the thought that's gone into this and the depth of your analysis. It's very thorough, and I want to thank you for taking time to walk us through that.
Yes.
Applicant. You would presume, Nick, that you are representing the applicant.
I am, yes. With the, for presentation. Your.
You can just speak.
The clicker.
No, I'm gonna have to scroll through for you.
Jessica is the.
I'll give you kind of a good look,
That's
good
the
point.
up down button.
You're much more than that,
Little more
I'm not
manual.
even saying. Well, as Jessica's getting that ready, my name is Nick Exine for the record.
Could you just hold on a second? I don't think you have, is this your first slide on your presentation?
Hang on a second.
There it is. You can might as well just go to the second.
Okay.
So for the record, Nick Exine on behalf of the applicant, really thankful to be, here in attendance today with the hearings officer. Really wanted to start with, complimenting both staff and WBA for their diligence and very, very, very thorough review. I've noticed I gave 3 varies. Lynn was not joking. It was a very extensive process in which every I was checked, every T was checked. We wanted to make sure, in fairness to both the process at TRPA and the community comments and, their concerns, that everything was being done up to snuff. And that was incredibly important to us. And really, credit goes to everyone that was involved. And it was a great relationship, working back and forth and addressing problems. So it really speaks to, the TRPA process and how things are moving forward. So, with that, I'd like to, kind of give my presentation. I'll try to intermingle in some responses that I've heard, while, including some comments to, things that were, cited within comment letters from the community. And then at the end, the property owner, Bob Acola's on the phone, and he asked if he could be unmuted to say a few words. And so, jumping right into it, I think what's really exciting about this project, and we'll get into some of these finer details, and Marlon hit on a lot of them already, but this project is 100% TRPA compliant. We're not asking for gray area interpretations that favor the applicant. We're not asking for, special treatment, nothing. Per the letter of the law and per the detail and how code has been used and continues to be used, we check every single box. And we'll get into that a little bit more detail. Also, I'm really proud of the resource recovery plan we've developed. I think it could be a model for what has been, what could be utilized both for historic structures. And I would sincerely encourage TRPA to consider recycling efforts for all demolition efforts. There's a lot of need in our community, and a lot of these resources could go to benefit those in our community that are the least fortunate. One of the comments we've received, pretty regularly within the comment section from the community was just in terms of ingress egress. There's actually multiple points of ingress egress into Meeks Bay Avenue. And so just wanted to provide a little representation so that there was, I think after the A305 presentation, there was probably still some remaining questions. So wanted to highlight that a little bit more. And then also just talk to, as all these are completely separate actions, what from a construction standpoint that we would like to do to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the community, both in terms of, availability, access, conveying what we, what's going on, all those various different things. So, when you have a question and you can't get an answer, it becomes concerning, it becomes scary. And so we wanted to minimize that to the greatest extent possible to ensure that, we're allowing for voices and concerns in regard to the construction process, whether it be an access question or so forth, to be handled immediately, and for there to be a source in which someone can reach out and call at any point to ask any questions. And then really, another point of conversation, we just discussed this in great depth, was the scenic evaluation. We'll get into a lot of that, but the uniqueness of this scenic evaluation is not in terms of its size, but in terms of how little of our allowable scenic mass we actually used. And so So, I mean, this really just, captures kind of the really high level items that TRPA reviews, and WBA did such a great job in explanation. This, as it relates to, matters like driveway slope and access, this has been approved by the fire department. It meets our height requirements, it meets our coverage requirements, it meets our scenic requirements, it meets our BMPs, and it also is, like, as I said previously, really kind of steps the game up in terms of historic resource mitigation, and again, hopefully could be a blueprint into where we go in the future. I was actually going to add one other item to this as I was sitting here talking in terms of community character, but I would let Lynn's kind of statements run for themselves. I agree wholeheartedly with both in terms of APA kind of distinct discussion in regard to character, but how TRPA has traditionally looked at character in residential neighborhoods in plan area statements. And so jumping right into the resource recovery plan, we wanted to start here because, as Mr. Strain mentioned, this is fundamentally why we're here. And so the historic resources on site are incredibly detailed within the report, but it really kind of falls into a few different spaces. The vast majority, and actually the cited most significant historical elements on site, are all the stonework along the shoreline. I was actually brought my kids here when I went to take some scenic photos, and they told me this is their favorite property around the lake, because the stonework is exceptional, it's beautiful. And I would argue a huge selling point as to, and there'll be some photos in a second, a huge selling point as to why Mr. Picola wanted to purchase it. And what's really important is that those historic elements, none of those are being proposed to be amended whatsoever. All those are being maintained in their existing footprints. We actually go to the next slide.
Are you talking about those, Nick, those, if you could go back one, please, Jessica?
You'll see them actually in a few
Seeing in
different
this
slides.
picture?
You can in this, but there'll be a few different slides kind of getting down the way.
Are we,
in
are
like two
we
different
keeping
slides.
everything that's shown in this picture?
No, so obviously the residence is being demolished, as are those retaining walls, and you'll see in some future photographs, and you can see on the site plan as well. Maybe the site plan.
I meant the stonework.
The stonework all down by the lake. You know, we would traditionally call that the shore zone, back shore area. Although it's not necessarily segregated to just the back shore, it's a pretty good line of demarcation as to kind of the stonework that we're discussing. And so all the stonework below the proposed new residence will all be maintained in existing configuration, which does provide an incredible opportunity to ensure that we're maintaining the historical elements on site to the greatest extent possible. And as those were cited as the most significant historical elements within the report, maintaining those is, a tremendous benefit to this project. And then also, similar to A305, one of the things we really wanted to see if we could accomplish is the recycling, if you will, of, the historical elements and more broadly other elements that are easily recoverable from the site. It was challenging at first. Miss Armamina, who works with me, was kind of tasked with searching out nonprofits and recognized groups that would accept recycled historic material. And there's not a lot of people out there that would accept it. And so we took what I would call more of a Craigslist approach, or rather maybe an El Tahoe approach. I live in the El Tahoe neighborhood, and everything I leave outside that says free magically gets picked up. Because there's people in our community of need, and some, one person's trash is another person's treasure. And so there's the unique items of this particular site. We wanted to open up an opportunity to for either community members or reuse through the contractor of those historical elements. So that way they could exist in perpetuity. So they weren't just lost, they were being recycled. And so as TRPA looks at historic and mitigation, I would celebrate the concept of expanding that opportunity, expanding that idea in the future. With this particular project, we want to take it as far as we can and hopefully be a model for TRPA as to what could be done in terms of kind of adaptive reuse, recycling, and then fundamentally maintaining the most historic elements, those being the shore zone.
I think we had this conversation as part of 8305 too, or a version of it, if it wasn't exactly this, maybe not much about the stonework along the shoreline, but the reuse and offering to the community of some of the materials that made 8305 historic in nature. What's happened with that, and how exactly are you proposing to offer these things?
Yeah, so for 8305, I apologize.
That's okay.
For 8305, the historic elements, and this actually, maybe you want to pull up the next slide, because it kind of gets into that. For 8305, beyond the kind of shore zone elements, there was a few historic elements, the vast majority of those being the window panes and some of those other elements. The project contractor is actually based out of Sacramento, does a lot of large projects kind of throughout, California. And he utilized those existing window panes and is reutilizing those existing window panes for kind of aesthetic reasons. I think the important thing to remember with these windows, TRP is an environmental agency. These windows cannot actually be reutilized as windows today because they're not anywhere close to energy efficiency and standards as it relates to environment. And then as it relates to scenic window advancement is improved dramatically in terms of reflectivity. Reflectivity is one of those factors looked at in the scenic component. And so old windows, weren't considering those type of things. And so these windows are being reutilized and, his existing or his current projects, however you want to say it. But for more aesthetic kind of design type things, like we've all seen things, in artist type ways. And so that's how these elements are being reused. The windows and some of those other larger elements, really the historic elements, are all going to go to Mr. Larry Dobeck. He found that these were quite popular. And so he wanted to reuse these in his other projects. And so what I would love to see to do, if we could do both in terms of this project, but more broadly, is look to the recycling elements of what is not deemed historic. There's gonna be certain limitations, obviously, with just deterioration, product, what could technically be reutilized and so forth. But to the greatest extent possible, we'd love to salvage what we can, and, you know, make that available to the community. We looked at that in a few different forms. Some of that's going to be dependent on what we're able to make, be maintained. It would be as, you know, things could be as conceivably as simple as just kind of notification, you know, kind of going to that Craigslist approach, if you will. But what's to be left, kind of through a review that isn't already being recovered, that has been deemed historic, is to some degree still up in the air.
So we're not going to propose to set things out by the street with a sign off.
No, not at this time. And there's a few different reasons why that is. Mainly, you know, also we were, you know, wanted to be as conscious as we could to community members and so forth. But again, like is kind of a personal ethic of mine, I'm seeing how far we can take this on each additional project. And so at some point in the future, I'd love to see if we did get to that truly kind of curb style approach in which, you know, members of our community could utilize existing products. And so with this particular project, excuse me, we're taking it as far as we can, maintaining all the historic elements. And so some of these other things I have added are wish casting, and maybe just you know, trying to put this in the public record and public discourse so we can continue this conversation with TRPA and staff as well. So yeah, here, Mr. Strain, these are, you know, some photos you could, you can see kind of, you know, reflecting the backshore, the stonework that was deemed to be historic, which all of which is being maintained. Beautiful stonework. Obviously, things, to be quite honest, the historic elements would never be approvable by TRPA today. You know, they were installed well in advance of TRPA, obviously, due to the historic discussion we're having today. But all those historic elements, the kind of the shore zone features you're seeing there, the rock work, the beautiful kind of accessibility down the pier, all of that's being maintained with the proposed project. The upland stonework, as you get closer to the residents, kind of shown here, we'll be looking to recycle as much of that as possible, and seeing if any would be recoverable, if at all possible. That's been in doubt, if you could recover just based on the processes and age and so on and so forth. But what can't be saved, and if we were to assume it can't be saved, will be recycled accordingly to, you know, California law fundamentally, and, you know, repository here just in South Lake Tahoe that accepts this type of material for future reuse, and that being Tahoe asphalt. Actually, you go to the next one. And so, you know, as I had mentioned kind of at the onset of this presentation, there's been, you know, the right concerns and considerations of the community as it relates to kind of ingress, egress. And so just wanted to put a little bit of emphasis on that in this presentation, because didn't really touch on it in the presentation last year. And so really there's 3 points of ingress, egress from Buttermilk, Leaks Bay, and Victoria Drive. So, you know, depending on where you live on Leaks Bay, there's going to be different kind of accessibility points, different, you know, exit points and so forth. And so, you know, everyone will kind of interact with this neighborhood like we all do, kind of to the closest point of ingress, egress to our particular residence or use. And so I'm anticipating kind of that same behavior within Leaks Bay. And so actually, and you could go through the next 2 slides actually pretty quick, because they just start to provide a few photos. Actually, I think just this one. And really, like I said, it was the intent behind this was just to kind of represent, you know, what the neighborhood looks like, what the drive drive system looks like, the ingress, egress, and how people, both, you know, my client, the applicant, the neighbors, how they interact with the neighborhood and how they would access it from the highway. So, as I said, you know, during a construction project, there's, you know, the inherent concerns by community members just generally as it relates to construction management. When, as we all know, as construction is taking place, obviously there's more people at a site because there's, you know, working individuals constructing the residence, doing the various different things that is associated with it. And so, you know, the slide you have in front of you is it's the same construction management we implemented for A305 and remaining constant. So you know, the contact information, direct interaction with the construction team that would eventually kind of end with me. in regard to any community comments or concerns, from parking to noise to, I mean, really anything you could kind of throw at it in regard to concerns with the ongoing construction. And so really the important bit of this is obviously just to allow for people within the community to have a place in which they could reach out, have a conversation, explore and explain their concerns, what's going on, and we then can work as a team to address anything that's taking place.
Is that happening now with 8305?
I have not personally received any calls as it related to 8305.
Well, I mean, in terms of the plan being in place for contacts and regular communications and.
The plan has been in place. I think, some of the neighborhood community could speak to, kind of their interaction with it. As I've been informed, not all construction members are dealing with a lot of subs, and, I'm sure you understand those elements on a construction site, but I guess what I'd call is kind of the core construction team. And what I mean by that those are the individuals that are directly work for Mr. Delbeck, the project contractor.
He's the general.
He's the general, right? And so those people have been educated as to the plan. I wouldn't want to see.
Field superintendent, a project manager.
Right.
Each have a deputy or an assistant on a large or complicated project. There's
Exactly.
A handful of people who are the go-to people they're not the ones that are turning the wrenches or finishing the concrete, but they're the ones level up, who represent the contractor.
Exactly. So those individuals on site have been, have been informed and trained, if you will, on this kind of approach, how we would like to interact with the community. We want full transparency. We want any complaint brought to me. And
You haven't received any so far.
I have not personally, no. Mr. McCall it was also something incredibly important to him as well. Really after kind of the presentation we had last year, wanting to, kind of understand the community's concerns and provide, and just a source that people could interact with in the event that they had any particular issue with ongoing construction activity. And I would even add kind of to the discussion about construction management. If there's, suggestions, we're happy to kind of hear, if there was any deficiencies or things we could, do to improve it. I wouldn't want to claim in any way that anything could be done perfectly, everything can be approved upon. So if there's any suggestions, either from staff or as, we continue to get comments from the community, happy to entertain those as they're brought forward. So yeah, scenic, I think, is an incredibly important point. I think, the WBA team did an exceptional job kind of outlining the historic process, how it's managed by TRPA, kind of the implementation, the thought process associated with it. I think the scenic regulation that TRPA has implemented, just as you exist on the lake in any form, have been incredibly effective. You can literally see a house left or right, which was built before and which was built after the scenic regulations. And so, as previously mentioned, this is a project area deed restriction as it relates to coverage and scenic. And so what I would say is really about the scenic proposal for this particular project is I've done many lakefront littoral scenic evaluations. None of them only use 30% of their allowed scenic mass. And I think as we look into context and, the discussions about the relationship to this project and to the rest of the community, as said kind of throughout and, evaluation of the maps, most of those other lots are pretty small and narrow. And so when you look at a lot like that, there's simply no way you're building a residence and would be able to have any type of reality where you're only utilizing 30% of your allowable visible mass. It's just not possible, for a whole host of different reasons. And so, in context of, kind of the existing built environment from a strictly scenic standpoint, as defined by TRPA and all of its processes and how they're managed, we're actually using an incredibly small percentage of our allowable visible mass. Like I said, I've never had a project use so little in terms of percentage. That's permissible to them.
And the allowable visible mass amount that we have here, it's a two-dimensional area calculation or amount. How does that number get generated?
So yeah, there's kind of multi-variables that go into the process. So you look at a few different things, kind of touching on some of the things Marlon said, it looks at color and material of the siding or any visible surface, facade surface. And so obviously, and your color material then established with a score. As you look at scoring, some of it's somewhat intuitive. For kind of your color score, you could go from a 0 to a 17. The 17 scores are your darker browns, your darker blacks, the things that really blend into the background. Your texture is scored slightly differently, but as you might imagine, kind of rough wood log siding scores better from a texture standpoint than from a glass window or something of that effect that has no texture.
And what are the proposed colors?
What's that?
What are the proposed colors? I'm trying to think if I saw materials for the proposed building colors. What are what are
I don't have it in front of me. I know we sent it to Deb. Maybe you guys can pull it up quickly if at all possible, but really it's, I guess, what I would call the TRPA color palette. Your very dark browns, your dark blacks, your grays, very, very similar to what was permitted at A305. And I apologize, I don't have a slide that incorporates that.
There's normally just shown on a one sheet or on one of the architectural elevations what the color palette is.
Yeah, they were not provided on the architectural sheets. They were sent to us separately.
There's
And we've
a
started-
parcel tracker as well.
And we started actually trying to include those separately. One of the things we found with colors, especially on larger sheets, was kind of just the way they were replicated through the printing process and so forth. And so that's why we provided a separate exhibit to
Sure.
WPA.
Do we have that exhibit? You know,
I'm looking.
okay,
I can send it over.
It should be posted to Parcel Tracker, or Marlon can
yeah.
send it.
If we do, let's get it so we can look at the color. I'm trying to think of, I don't remember seeing the color palette. Okay, keep going.
And I would add with that, I would say, to the maintaining the fir tree in question, no issue with that whatsoever. That's a fine condition add on our side. So I'm happy to incorporate that in. But really, like, I think just in terms of, looking at the scenic associated with this project as it relates to the community as a whole is, one, what they as a project would be allowed, what they're actually using. And then in comparison, if you just look at the percentage of what other community members are using within the same area, I would look to say it would be really challenging for any other parcel to be utilizing such little visible mass. And we can go into the specifics as why that is if need be, but it is from a scenic standpoint, as you start to look at the threshold processes, it is it's a very well scored and scenic project to be brought forward to the waterfront.
Do we have the score sheets?
They're on
Are they in your information? They're in your information?
Yeah, we should go ahead.
yeah, they're all on the Excel. I don't have copies readily available. Ms. Armamino can email them to anybody if I'd be happy to help you.
You all have reviewed the score sheet?
Yeah.
Okay,
Many times.
more than once.
Cool, you can go next time. Another thing is previously mentioned, it's scenic analyses take place both from the lake and also from scenic roadway corridors. This is just a note, just due to elevation gain. So as we talked earlier about kind of the slope coming off of Meeks Bay Avenue, the property, and just the slope in the site in general, due to those elevation gains and the way the structure is built downslope, not up, the proposed residence won't be visible going either north or southbound on the highway. So with that, I'll start to get into, or maybe you better refresh me on some of your questions as well, but really just to try to recap this, it's, project is fully TRPA compliant. We've developed a resource recovery mitigation plan, similar to what was previously approved by TRPA. I would say taking advanced steps that weren't even required. Want to develop and have developed and would continue to work to improve a construction management plan to allow for the neighborhood to feel heard if any issues arise. The scenic evaluation we just touched on, but is incredible as it relates to what is permissible. And then finally, kind of through the gauntlet and kind of all the very, very detailed thorough review, staff recommends approval. Kind of at the completion of this, I would want to just touch on a few different things. One item in particular that I want to take full responsibility of, we as the applicant look to set a community meeting and wanted to do that just to kind of get feedback and comments from the community. And in complete error of mine, I asked Ms. Armamino if she could put together the mailer. And what I wanted to do was just utilize something that had, you know, I knew already kind of met all the legal requirements for noticing. And so we incorrectly, and I do apologize, had utilized the kind of a template, if you will, the TRPA notice, removed everything from TRPA and included, you know, Exxon and company information. That was a complete error. I've spoken with Mr. Marshall about that in addition to Brandy and Lynn and WBA staff. There was no ill intent of it. We really just wanted to open it up to the community, get as much feedback as we could before this. Again, no ill intent. Miss Armamino, or excuse me, none of the neighbors actually joined the meeting. So Miss Armamino, myself, and Miss Brandy McCone had a lovely chat for a few minutes, waiting to see if anyone would participate. But I did want to highlight that, and really, from Miss Armamino's perspective, I wanted to take the responsibility of that error and apologize to both the community members, but then members of staff and to any kind of undue work that created for them.
Thank you, Nick. I did have a couple of questions, and if we find the materials.
They're on Acela. I'm downloading them.
Okay, good, just.
Catherine, I sent it to you as well.
Oh, yeah, she already has.
And Jessica.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you have any conditions or any comments that you have to address? You mentioned at the top of your proposal or your presentation, the first check box was fire. I don't know what TRPA's decision space is in fire personally, but I understand it has been through the Meeks Bay Fire District, which is an important step here in Tahoe for any project. Any comments, any conditions, any changes or corrections you had to make as a result of that?
Nothing terribly substantive. Ms. Armamino was kind of leading that effort, so I'd be curious as to kind of any changes.
I think we had conversations about the.
You come up and speak loudly so we can record you.
And identify yourself, please, for the
Yeah,
record.
it's Molly Armino. It's been about a year and a half since the LAR was approved. I remember conversations about the fire turnaround that was addressed, just the driveway there.
Are buildings of this nature in El Dorado County required to be sprinkled?
They are. This will be fully sprinkled. And I think that's another thing. There's, as we all exist with fire in the community, Mr. Vapola is, you know, sensitive to that. So it's going, you know, what's required by the WUI code and beyond to ensure it's as fire safe as possible, from sprinklers to materials used to defensible space, you know, not taking any chances and being really as fire wise as possible. Kind of sparing no expense as it relates to construction material.
The water service provider here is the Tahoe City Public Utility District, and they're gonna need to do some improvements to their water system to make the minimum fire flow and duration requirements that are required in the code that came in, were adopted as part of the code following the Aurora fire. So there's gonna be some upgrades to this. It'll be an improved situation from the current situation.
Just for this house or for this neighborhood?
For this house. They also have water intake from the lake for their landscape irrigation, but they're served by the TCPUD municipal system.
Okay. All right, at this point, I'll hold a couple of questions. And you said Mr. Vapola is on the line. Actually, before we leave that, point out for us, please, what the proposed materials that are on the lake facing. I think comfortable with the
We have a few images, but we're not planners, so we're not sure which one you need to look at.
Just, can you show them all? These are the colors that we
Yeah.
downloaded from
So I can't
Acela.
see the.
we know which colors,
Yeah, obviously
For
this
which-
is.
parts of this.
This is the kind of the facade stone, if you will, and going back to kind of the scoring metric we were talking about earlier. As you look at the score, the thing you're looking for to maximize your score and, you know, blend with the natural background to the greatest extent possible is really, you know, dark browns, dark blacks. And you can see, you know, obviously with the stone color, the dark black as it pertains to kind of the granite nature that really aligns with the shore zone as you look at it from the lake. It's obviously a granite, highly granite influence kind of scenic view aspect as you're looking back at the property. And so you have the blacks and the grays to really blend with that environment as you look at the stone siding of the residence. And
So that's the stone.
that's the stone.
We've got glass, we've got a roofing material. Do we have any other siding material? Looks like there might be some horizontal, some kind of a lap siding.
So here's the siding. You can see, this is just some further context, Mr. Strain, is, so you can see the way TRPA, you can tell like what you're gonna get from a score to kind of add another level into it. This is the Munsell color chart. And so you can see, score from 2.5 to 8 as it runs kind of, as you look both at the X and Y axes. And so what you're looking to do is to see what color of the material aligns with this particular color here. That is then inserted, that number is then inserted within the
With the formula?
and that's what spits out your allowed visible mass, so it's developed from there. And so you can see the siding, again, dark browns, kind of in alignment with the TRPA approved color palette, and done as well to really blend with the natural background.
And what are we using the dark brown for?
Siding.
For the wood siding? Is it a wood siding or a hardy cementitious board, something that takes a paint or a stain?
Do you know about that? I don't know. I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I do apologize.
Susie?
Susie Unagi, the project's architect.
Okay.
And I do apologize. I wasn't thinking specifically about the color and the stainability of it. And I don't want to, obviously convey anything that I don't know to be factually correct.
Okay. How about the roof? It looks like we've got glass, we've got some railing that is perhaps a clear glass railing on floor 2, and then up top, perhaps that is one of the cable railings on floor 3.
Are you on the contrast sheet by chance?
There's a fourth one.
This is the roof, definitely. So you can see it's very similar to,
And which one are we
this is the roof.
proposing? Left hand column,
Sorry, what was that?
the proposed color is
So the way you determine, I can't remember what it was shown in the contrast sheet, Molly,
right, that's what I was after, is which one of those
Oh, okay, cool. You
is
just know.
proposed. Yes, I see.
Yeah, okay.
Here's
Yeah,
our
just-
range of color materials for that surface. Which one are we going to use?
I think it's. No.
I mean,
I want to take guesses, right?
I
Like,
just don't see.
Oh, the color is the back, what's. the
Right, agreed.
asphalt thing on the back.
Yeah.
It's 3N is what we have in the
That's
composite
scoring.
sheet, yeah.
Okay. So it's a dark, yeah, it's that row.
it's this row here, yeah.
Okay, got it. All right.
So the other siding. Do I know that photo? One that you have. It was like the one right, this one? No, just one. So there's a metal roof component as well, and this is the metal roof component.
Okay.
Siding again, and so that makes up the, structure, the kind of the primary. Obviously, we don't have a sample of the window, but in absence of providing a sample from a window, you document the level of reflectivity that the window is going to maintain. And then, upon kind of construction, you provide evidence that the reflectivity in window through kind of purchase orders and so forth that you said was going to be installed is installed.
Yeah,
So
there's
kind of it's a
normally a
background
spec
check.
sheet that goes with something like that. Okay, good. I'll have some other questions later, but this could be a good time to hear from your client.
Cool, thank you so much.
Jessica, are you able to unmute?
I will.
Or Catherine?
This is Robert Bucol. I don't know if you can hear me.
Loud and clear, Mr. Bucola.
Oh, okay. Well, I was told I had a face for radio, so here goes. I'm going to try not to speak very long, but there are a number of things I do want to talk about. First of all, let's talk about the size of the home. Originally, it was designed to be even larger. We wanted 14 bedrooms because we get a number of families we're close with up there, but it's been reduced in size. It's still a big property, no question. And I totally understand neighbors to my north, like Denny Dobus, who's very lovely, who has a home that was built 80, 90 years ago, and it's modest in size compared to the rest of her property. And then the property to the north, I think there are two. But to the south of me, and I think the board's already recognized this, the average lot size is about 7,000 feet, 7,000 to 8,000 feet. There are a multitude of 3,500 square foot, 4,000, even 5,000 square foot plus structures on those. There's about 10 feet that separates those properties from each other as it goes all the way a mile to the north. That includes 50 piers. And when you get out on a boat and you look back at the property to my south, it looks like Manhattan on the water. Now, I'm not critical for people that own those properties. That's fine. They're legal. The coverages were grandfathered in. Almost every lot is fully exhausted. But what I am critical of is suggesting that the scenic that will be seen from the lake on my straight linear 370 feet of property with only 63% exposure and with about 30% of the scenic mass exposure, I think is unfair. I do. I think it's hypocritical. Now, if you're a property owner along there that has a 70, 80, 90-year-old structure that you have not scraped, you have only improved by restoration to keep the old look, I think you've got a lot of good standing to complain. But that's not what I see when I walk along there or drive the boat along the side. I see all these homes have been redone in recent years, most of them scraped, many of them very modern, and all right up on top of each other. So in that regard, I would agree with some of the homeowners that this is not characteristic of what they've done at that end of the property. So I want to make that clear. And again, I feel for people that legitimately have wanted to restore the old look over the course of time. Look, I want to be a good neighbor. And I think if you talk to anybody that knows me from Cascade Road, the Monahans, the Ebrights, anybody over there, they'll tell you that couldn't have a more accommodating neighbor. There's been a lot of kind of hysteria, though, that's been created, I think, here. And I know when the pot gets stirred and there's some big, huge monstrosity that some lawyer from Sacramento is building, it's easy to get the blood boiling. But in reality here, if you take a look, the coverage and the available beautiful topography that I'm leaving, which will include the removal, and TRPA can listen to this, will include the removal eventually of one of the piers and one of the boathouses, and in preserving these two massive, beautiful boulders, which caused me to have to redesign the property and over $30,000 in additional engineering costs to keep those exposed from view from the lake, just is emblematic of how important it is for me to have a home that disappears as much as I can in that property side. Is it big? Yeah, it's very big. There's no question about it. You ought to see what it's going to be like for the 4th of July over at Cascade. With me and 4 other families, we'll have 36 people in a 4-bedroom house. So we're looking forward to not being quite in that environment. There's a lot of fervor over a number of things. I was very surprised to read people believing that somehow with a 9-bedroom place, it would accommodate 20 people, there'd be 20 cars there. Well, that's not how people come to Lake Tahoe. You come up with family, you come up with multiple people in a car, you're not gonna have 20 cars. But understand one thing, and I know the TRPA does, but I want the neighbors to understand that this property that is being proposed will accommodate conservatively 19 vehicles. There will never be 19 vehicles on my property. There will never be a reason to park on that road. And I think someone asked a question about were there any construction problems reported, and I don't think Nick knew, but I did get a call from Bill McGrath at one point. And he says, hey, Bob, he said, listen, you got some construction vehicles out on the road. I think it was in January. And you told me that wouldn't happen. I know when certain things are delivered, it's a necessity, but they've been up there for 2 or 3 days. I immediately got on the phone. I called Larry Dilbeck, who was actually not there. We made a plan to put a constant foreman to watch that. And even Mr. McGrath will tell you there's never been a problem since, and that was a 2-day problem. And I shot up the next day to see what the hell was going on. So it's important to me to be respectful to everyone. There was talk during the last meeting about somehow the turn coming up out of our driveway not being very safe to be made to the right. And when the call was over, I spoke with Mr. McGrath and I said, sir, if you want to compel a left-hand turn, I'll pay for it. Get the county out there, put signs, we'll make everything go to the left, to the south, leaving the driveway if necessary. But There was no follow-up. I'm not knocking Mr. McGrath on that. I'm just saying I'm still ready, willing, and able to do that. So I think when you look at density and you look at what is being done to the lake up there, the folks, again, the mile to the south, don't really have a whole lot of standing unless you're one of the people that has not refurbished your home, hasn't used your available coverage, I suppose. I don't know. But in terms of aesthetics and view, I think objectively, you'll see a much prettier lake appearance and profile from the lake in front of this property. And again, I'm not faulting any of you for doing what you're doing, and you have done, but it looks like everything's been maximally used. I talked about parking, traffic exits, not an issue. We'll do whatever you folks want to do. Aesthetics, we made everything blend into the hillside as much as humanly possible. I don't know that the TRPA, maybe you can speak up, has ever in recent years seen anyone remove a 34-foot boathouse from a lake because they're coveted and people can't get them. But I want the boathouse removed, and I want the one pier taken out for aesthetic reasons. And that's part of the commitment. Let's talk about rentals. And I had a nice long talk with Mr. McGrath about this, who's a very bright, very tenacious advocate for you all. And I'm just telling you, and Scott Hansen, if you know Scott, won't tell you differently. This is not going to be a rental property. Say it to yourself again. It's not going to be a rental property. Will the property be rented? Hopefully 2 weeks of the year. I hope so. Help defer some costs. Hopefully even a little bit more than that. But it is not going to be a rental property. We've just complied with the law. I noticed that there's about 60 homes to my south. And there are 5 homes to the south that have rental permits, only 5. I'm told that about every other owner rents for a week or two to people. If that's happening, you got to register to get a permit. You got to pay your dues, you got to pay your fees, and you can't go around it. I've tried to be very forthright and upfront with it. I mentioned to Mr. McGrath, and of course he's busy and I don't expect him to have said yes, but I mean this to any concerned and reasonable and nice homeowners to my south, and I'm sure there are many, many of them. I would be happy to pay for any one of you, or even a committee of 2 or 3, to be involved in any time I rent the property, to help vet the potential tenant, to be there when they get there, to walk the property, and I'll be happy to pay a fee for it. We all have the same interests in common. I don't want this beautiful keepsake, every dime I've got to the world invested into something, to be abused, or to have Motley Crue, the rock band, show up there. I want to be populated with just a few people, not a ton of cars. Hopefully 3 weeks of the year would be great, maybe even a month, to help defray costs. The deposit for staying in the big house probably be around $25,000 or $30,000. I wouldn't rent to anybody over 40. Call me. Let's put together a pact so you can be involved in whoever is there and seeing it and walking it, because it is not going to be a distraction. It's not going to be any kind of a nuisance. And by the way, if it ever was, that's when you retain a lawyer and you say, look, there's ruckus noise coming from, 8307 or whatever you think it might be. There's, music being played late. There's too many cars being parked. There's a party there. That's a nuisance. That is not permissible. And I won't violate the law, or I won't violate your sense of peace and quiet. I would love to have somebody down your stretch of the way involved in helping keep an eye on that. The plan was to have somebody stay in the bottom portion of the guest house. Anytime the place is occupied, have housekeepers in there every other day, make certain that there's no music played ever outside past 9:30 or 10, and to do all those kinds of things on the few days it's being rented. I'm going to tell you this, and you may not believe me, because I know people think I'm, developing an Embassy Suites, which I'm not. Take this to the bank. I suspect that the only people renting that property will rent it for less than 4 weeks collectively a year. And it'll probably be the 2 families I know personally down in LA. And I'm not trying to cheat and go under the table. Instead, we're going to make sure that everything's up front in that regard.
Could you wrap up, Mr. McCall?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a lot more to say. At any rate, let's work together on this thing. I really am more than happy to have Mr. McGrath draft a good contract that would allow us to work together to make sure that you guys' quiet peace is not disrupted. And that's really the best I can do. So I don't think I have a whole lot else that I'll say, and I'm sorry for taking so much time. I'm just so bothered that this is believed and it's been stirred up to be a big rental project you can't think of a better way to lose money than to build a house like this and think you're gonna make money renting it. So at any rate, thank you, and I appreciate all your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bucolo. All right, at this point, I don't have any questions. I may, after our public input for our staff, our consultant team, or for the applicant. Thank you again for your detailed and thorough presentations and addressing the issues and questions that I've raised. I'd like to open the public hearing at this point, and we'll start in person first, Catherine and Jessica, and ask people to come up, and we'd like to limit your comments, please, to 3 minutes. We will not have rebuttals in this. This is public input. But we have written comments as well that we've received, particularly from some of you who we've had a chance to read those. So let's attempt, Greg, to stick to 3 minutes, and you can supplement. Now, remember, we have read I have read your and Leah's written comments, so you don't need to recite those other than perhaps hit the high points, but please go ahead.
I understand.
And identify yourself.
Let me understand our limitations. Of course, Mr. Exline got to speak for an extended period. I didn't keep track of all that.
Well, he was answering my
Spoke for a long
questions.
time. Well, I want to be able to address your questions, and with 3 minutes, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult. We won't waste your time. I would just implore that you would give us a time a little more commensurate with what we just heard.
I did say, let's shoot for 3 minutes, so let's begin.
All right, well, I'm gonna back off on a number of comments and let's change it up a little bit, and we'll try to not repeat ourselves. We'll try to be.
Time that I've been sitting there waiting to take, I've worked with you. Take my 1 second.
Go ahead.
Well, all right, so Greg Lean, for the record, attorney from Tahoe City, representing a number of people who object to this project. Given the amount of time I'm allowed, I'm going to hone in on only the scenic issue. And I can't describe an issue that we have more of a disagreement on. I tried to reach Lynn on Friday. I was fortunate to reach Randy. They couldn't answer my questions. I wish I had ended up being able to talk to you, Marlon. You might have been able to save us some time here today. All I can report to you is we have a miles apart view of what's going on out there. I was just out there less than 2 hours ago, or a little more than 2 hours ago, and went through this. I wish I could get a picture up, but I just took it. I cannot find your 2 trees. This I took from, hope you don't mind me moving forward here. This shows you what's out there, if you don't mind me coming up. Here's the big fir tree. You can see it, one of those Q-tip kind of things, you only got that much screen. I cannot find those 2 trees that you talk about that are live. And the trees that are all adjacent over here, these are all in the construction area. These will all be removed. This is it completely sparse. I'll back off here.
I'm looking at your picture, which you're welcome to send over to
You can send it to me. You can email it
Brandy,
to
and
me
I'm
or
looking
text.
at it
Can
on
you
the
put
site
it up
plan
now?
here.
I sent it to
Yeah,
you.
and Jessica.
Yeah,
Jessica.
we'll have time to look at it. I'd like to see it. I'm
Okay.
interested. I'm looking at it. The trees marked on the site plan.
Should I send it to you, or can we deduct that from my time?
Yeah, why don't you do that after your remarks?
Greg, are
Okay,
you
we'll
gonna
do that.
email it to Jessica? I just realized.
We'll deal with it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
We've got
So
time.
let me launch ahead. Anyway, with due respect to the staff and everyone here is all very, very professional. We just see it completely differently. If we could pull up the X-line document
Sure.
at this point, as we had discussed before, Christine. That was that page?
This one?
Yes, thank you. And is it all right
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
approach this?
Yeah.
So this area is over 200 feet. Here, I mean, this is a massive area, much higher. Unfortunately, the way the light is, if this had been taken in the morning, you'd get some light in here, but it's almost impossible to really make things out because it's all at the end of the end. So I'd really like to see a better document here. But just to give you an idea of the scale, this is way beyond what you see anywhere else in the neighborhood in terms of the width. I mean, anyone that's been in the Navy knows. I mean, 200 feet's a huge ship. I mean, you know, it could be a small warship like this would be even larger than, say, a minesweeper, not quite as big a destroyer as the destroyer escort, but it's on that level with a superstructure that goes up much, much higher. This is 50 feet, folks. Huge. And we really need to pay attention to what's actually going on the ground. On this exhibit 2, it shows the property lines. So as you do the calculations, you're getting the benefit of this much shoreline, right? But you're on a point, and it's a big pie-shaped parcel like this. The impacts are all right here. And yet it's, because of the nature of the point, it's not a flat surface. When you wrote the ordinances, right, it was intended to be straight. So this already results in a completely misleading kind of effect. Instead of having really this much area and you're only here, you really only have this area and you're getting the credit for all of this. You understand what I mean? Because we're on the point. So we need to be in heightened scrutiny mode because you can't change the language of the ordinance, but you can look at practicality, right? And not only that, we've got a building that isn't just a rectangle, it's a wing. So when you're out on a point, any traffic navigating along the shoreline is going to see a facet that's right at them, a facet right at them, a facet right at them as you go along the shoreline. So you're getting heavy duty impacts everywhere. Let's talk about the and another point is you're taking in the staff report kind of credit for the quote unquote guest house on the one side as being a little below the standards and then kind of transferring that lower score to the bigger score because it's a 31, I think, according to the way it's calculated right now. But that's, I mean, if it were land coverage, you couldn't do that. You're going from high capability to low capability. Here we're taking those impacts that aren't that bad over here and putting them right here to this structure that dominates not only the immediate area in front of it, but it's directly visible from the areas out on Meeks Bay. Randy told us a little bit about the history here, and I had read that too. So it's not a attainment area. It has gone up slightly in the 2015 threshold review. But if you look at the language in the 2015 threshold review, you find that the improvement is just from the fact that the vegetation has grown up over the last few years. And this is going to affect not only unit 9, but unit 8 as well, because this thing faces right down the shoreline. It's on a promontory kind of facing toward the north, and you can see it clear as day. When I was driving down to come to this meeting, you could see the guest house under construction, because of course it's not the right color yet. It just sticks out like a sore thumb. And where that house is gonna, as you know from your training, the eye goes to an outlier. This is gonna be a major sore thumb, a major outlier. It's gonna be completely dominate that point. And when you're talking numbers, you're talking this, you're talking that. But let's talk practicality here. That thing is going to dominate the point. And the main thing that really has hit me here since I started working on this over the weekend and haven't been able to talk to you guys, but now that I realize there's no plantings, there's no nothing, it all depends on, are these trees real and are they really gonna do the job here? I mean, trees die. Let's switch now and go, if you wouldn't mind, I think it's page 19, did we decide?
Yes, I believe so.
And let's look at some of these trees, because unless these trees are gonna survive, there's no reality to the calculation, right? If we can agree on that, so. Maybe we can bring it up a little bit, but. I think I'll try to do it the same way you did, Marlon, and we'll start at one side and go to the other. So there are some trees in this area that are gonna provide some screening. As you come around to, and this I don't have much of a question with, but as we move this way, the trees that are in the middle, let's see, does this show them? Yeah, here's those two 20 and 21 inch fir trees right here. I was just out on site. The foundation wall is gonna be right here. It's gonna go right up against the root structure. I'm not sure we can count on these trees surviving the construction. And this is a crucial piece. If there's anything that really needs to be saved, it's not only the one here, but you've got to save these two as well and make sure that can be done. I don't think it can be done. It's just too close to the foundation. These trees are very much potentially goners. And this whole area here on this side, those trees, and again, if I can get this picture transmitted, you'll see this. They just don't exist. Most of those trees are either sick or dead or just don't exist. We were just out there. We really tried hard to see them. We can't see them. And the picture is worth 1,000 words. Trust me, they're just not there. And now if we can go to, was it page 26, I think we said. And you guys made some revealing points I want to talk about in a second here. I know I'm way past my 3 minutes. I'm rushing, but want to try to get these points in. I really think one thing while you're waiting to bring that up, and then we want to go to the lower portion, is a site visit would be in order. It really would. You need to see this firsthand. So where are we? Yeah, so this side, I don't disagree that much on this side though, where we've got this lot that we think is being screened. And again, the screening, you know, this is just from the viewpoint that you selected, right? And what you were gesturing to before is we're looking down and taking some credit for looking up. And yeah, that maximizes what you're seeing. But again, if the standard is 300 feet offshore, and one of the concerns we have is the adjacent plan area looking out Meeks Bay, you're going to be looking like this, right? You're going to be looking not up at it, but most people are going to be looking at it like this, right? So these trees are not high enough here. I don't think they're going to block at a distant view. And that's really the most important one, I think. And you mentioned it in the staff report. I don't know who wrote that section, but you know, the views from the Meeks Bay area looking at this thing dominating the point seem to be, to me, where that resource is most going to be impacted. And it's just not here. It's not here. And if we can get it out on site, I think you'll agree it's just not there. In the middle here, that big pine tree in the front, as you can see, that's a Q-tip tree, right? So all of this area here in the foreground, I mean, what is screening that? I don't know if there's anything in front of the pictures I show. I just took them. I was just out there. There's nothing here. Over on this side, I think we're getting to those two trees I just pointed out that are right on the perimeter of the
I've highlighted
foundation, yeah.
the site plan.
So, you know, are those going to survive? And then let's talk about, you know, what happens if you're wrong in your assumptions. And there's a high likelihood there's several, these are fir trees. We know fir trees, right? I'm not a scientist, don't claim to be one, but we've all hung around RPS. And, you know, I think, you know, what those guys would say is, man, we got a 6 forest here. If we lose any one of those trees, your calculations go out the window and there's no mitigation. how can you possibly mitigate that? You know, we really have made some assumptions about healthy trees here that may not be there, and your securities are so low as to be almost, well, 3,000, 10,000, whatever it is, you know, if you lose these trees, there goes a major protection against a real reduction in your thresholds.
Anything else?
We have the photo.
Oh.
We have Jessica.
No, nothing about it.
Did you get the picture I had?
Jay
Yeah.
sent it to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Is that
I
the
think-
same photo? Did you go out with Jay?
Yeah.
So you don't need to send it to us. We
We have it.
already got it.
You got it somehow. Okay.
All right, Craig, if you could
All right, let me wrap up.
wrap up. please.
So and if I could wrap up really quickly and you just maybe say, yeah, Craig, you can have a minute in rebuttal, that'd be cool. So anyway, if we could, really look at this sometime, I think a short continuance for you to get out there and really get your head around it. This is such a crucial issue. We'll have it more lined out by the governing board, but I think if we can solve things at this level, it would be very much appreciated. Conditions of approval are important. Other people are going to talk about that. I'll step back to my chair and hope to have a little bit of time in rebuttal. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Greg. Is this the approved viewpoint?
No, that previous darker photo, that was is this from the perspective of the approved viewpoint? I do not know. I'd have to compare it to that previous.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, next. Do we have someone else who would like to offer public input? Jessica, do we have people waiting online
We
to?
have 2 people online.
Okay, good.
I'll be brief. We sent you a.
Yep, we're working on it.
Yeah,
And will you
bring up
please identify yourself?
Tony Evans.
Mr. Evans, thank you.
And resident in East Bay Vista. If we can zoom in on this and bring it out, when it was made closer, great. This is the first project. And this is the current project. What's interesting is, and I don't know how in the world the TRPA or the county or the fire department or the police department could accept this project as it's being offered, with this being the driveway right here. And then you go up right here and go up to the highway. This project, this property shares the driveway that comes here and goes up to Meeks Bay Avenue and then up to the freeway. This property is about, I had it in my hand, it's right here. Just to give you, I think, as dramatic information as I can give you. This lot is 0.69 acres. This property is 0.83 acres. And the contiguous lot here is 8.31 acres.
0.83.
I mean, 0.83, I mean, 0.92. So 0.69, 0.83, and 0.92. What's no one is talking about is the fact that this property, and this property will all share one driveway to get onto this arterial. This was recently purchased, and they're gonna tear the house down, and they're gonna ask for another house. As big or bigger, because this is bigger, 0.92, 0.83. No one's addressing that. You've moved the line, you've done things, but you're not taking into consideration the amount of traffic that will, one driveway. When you talk about the big houses south, Ring Road, south of our house, and there are some whopper houses, they've got 5 acres, 10 acres, 2.5 acres. This is almost 3 acres now.
And all these people are going to be on one driveway, and this intersection is how they're gonna get on the highway. And when the fire department doesn't take into consideration, we're down here, if the fire is coming from this area, which it did when they gave us mandatory evacuation, the only place we could go really to get on was to take this first one here instead of going up to Buttermilk. If you take this with a party and the fires are normally in the summertime, and you take all of the people that could be on this property, and then this house, when it gets built, where do you stop this? If you look at every other property that's larger than this with bigger houses, or even the smaller houses, there's one driveway for every single property, except the ring roads. They have a mutual thing where you come in and go like that. And they can get out and they can move around but it's basically every single house, all the way down here, all the way to the ring roads. There's one driveway, and then just before the ring roads, as you know, there's tennis courts and whatnot. There's one right there, by the yeah, where you go down and they share one, but there's 4 houses.
Could
So
I
this
ask you
is-
to wrap up?
Yes.
Go ahead, finish your thought. I'm following.
I just don't know how you could say that this amount of traffic in this small area at a primary, one driveway, one on ramp, and 2, this is all the residents here trying to get on that road. That this additional traffic that you're allowing with the approval of this project is actually detrimental and dangerous. And I'm only talking about the fact that we could lose our lives while we're waiting for all these people to get out. I think it just, my conclusion is, I would hope that you could delay the final approval of this with this body and require a traffic study. Require a traffic study. This is bigger than most of the commercial motels and hotels in the area. So it's 4 red. People are gonna be there for 2 days, 5 days. Occupy the whole thing. The one thing that we've learned recently is purportedly, the gentleman left, but that they're only allowed to have 8 people rent, or 9 people, or 10 people, the main house, and 8 people, not couples, to rent the other one. Mr. Bucola, if you're listening, we'll be monitoring that when you build this and rent it, but I think it's an ill-faced, it's just not right for our neighborhood. Because one driveway for those 3 properties, come on, guys. That doesn't, you got people, a party, and you gotta go to the doctor or whatever, catch a flight. The guy that's in that next property, which is larger than each one of those properties, has had no say in this tonight, but I don't think that, it's appropriate because he's just bought the house.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your consideration. Sorry, I'm Irish and German. I'm over it. I'll get out the door and I'll go home and have a Mai Tai or something.
Okay, do we have someone else in the audience? Please come forward, state your name.
Linnea Kellett Hall. My great grandfather developed Meeks Bay, the resort. We also owned the tracts of land which we're talking about. And the uniqueness about our community, our neighborhood, is that the village atmosphere, community atmosphere of Meeks Bay Resort has touched everyone in that area. And we share a love of the lake. We respect the lake. This is not respectful of the lake. It's horrible for our community. It's ugly. I can see it. My mom owns a lot above. You look down and I can see the construction equipment. You can see freaking everything. Here's the last point I want to make. My mother did get a notice about the hearing. She died 3.5 years ago, and she got this notice early in the year. I don't know where they got the addresses, but that property is owned and deeded to myself and my siblings. But I mean, talk about sloppy. That's how much they care. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenneth Hall. Anyone else in our audience today who would like to make comment? Yes, please come forward, state your name.
Jay Godepsky, I live 2 doors south of this property. I'm almost at a loss where to start, but I guess, I just want to say a few things. One, I think the house that is proposed to be torn down, I think as shown in that historic resource report, is an iconic old Tahoe home. And to just say that recording it and basically throwing it in a dumpster and trying to recycle some windows is preserving it somehow is just woefully inadequate. So I would like to see a better mitigation of that house somehow. It's SHPO is supposed to approve the plan. They haven't approved anything. How can it be allowed to go forward without that? Next, character of the neighborhood. I heard a lot of your comments there, Lynn. I ran numbers the other day just on the 47 homes from basically just south of me, all the way to Meeks Bay Resort, 47 homes. And just ran some quick numbers. Average cabin in the neighborhood is 1,900 square feet. Average number of bedrooms, 3. If you take out the high and low outliers, still average 3 bedrooms, but the average square foot drops down to 1,700 square feet. The applicant structure is 8.7 times that. How does that even fit remotely into the neighborhood? It doesn't match the character whatsoever. That's huge to me. But the biggest issue, which, Greg spoke to this, I don't care if Mr. Bucola wants to build a house this big. I just don't want to see it. So, screen it, get it visually screened where I don't have to see it. What he is showing on that visual screening assessment is so inaccurate. I was out there today, I went on my kayak, I took photos. You can bring them up again, I'll walk you through them. But I counted 18 dead trees between me and the house from this angle. And you can see, you rip through some of these photos, you'll see it.
Is this your photo?
This is mine, I took this morning, so you can actually see the structures in the light versus the report that they did. This tree is limbed to the top. Dead. And dead on the other side too, so tree side and lake side. And all the good trees that you're gonna lose from building this thing. There's not gonna be many trees left on the property. So I would highly recommend just postponing this a little, take a look at what's about to happen. Because we are gonna be stuck with this thing. All of us neighbors, anyone on the lake is gonna be stuck with this thing. The amount of windows, the light pollution coming off of this and the water, I can't even imagine. So, like I said, I don't care if he wants to build a house this big, I just don't want to see it. None of our neighbors want to see it. So it's not the size, it's actually looking at it. So whatever you can do to either shrink this thing so we're not looking at a monstrosity, or I don't think there's any way you can screen it, frankly. It's too big. That's probably all I got time for.
Why don't you show your road?
I don't think I gave her that one, but that picture from the road to the highway, it's like taken at this level. I took one from the highway looking down and I sent one from the street. I can send you one from the street.
Yeah, go ahead and send them.
Did I send you that one?
We don't have to.
I'm looking, I
I don't know
haven't
if I
seen,
did.
I don't see.
I took one from Meeks Bay Avenue looking just straight and, it's nothing but house. compared
From
to
East
what's-
Bay Avenue.
Meeks Bay Avenue, not way up on the highway from the other side of the highway, which doesn't give you any accuracy.
What does it show? The one from
Did you want to look, do you think you sent it to me?
I don't think I said
Okay.
that.
Go ahead and send it and we'll run through the rest of our public comment. I'd be interested to see it.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Godepsky?
The only other thing I would say is that, the house he's taken down and the one he's proposing to put up is 9 times larger than the house that's currently there. And that house is iconic. You drive down off the highway, you look right at it, you're like, hey, I'm at Tahoe. To tear that down and put up something 9 times taller or 9 times larger is It's just a tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, people online or attending remotely,
Yes, we have 7 hands raised
Okay.
online. Would you like me to start?
please. And please, try and limit your comments to 3 minutes. We've heard many issues today. We don't necessarily need to rehear each of the issues we've already heard in detail. It's certainly fine to say, I agree with certain comment or issue, here's why, and then move on to any unique issues or issues that you have specifically will help us fill out the information that you're providing. And make sure and state your name for the record. We have one more in person. Okay, hold on. Catherine, hold on to the hands.
Thank
Good.
you.
Please state your name.
Thank you. My name is Carol Evans. I'm Tony's husband, who was just up here. I'd like to, I think, complete the point that he was trying to make in showing the size of that yet undeveloped lot. It's a tear down house admittedly on that lot that will be rebuilt. Our concern is if this house is approved, 9 bedrooms, 14,000 plus square feet, this new owner comes in right next door, an even larger lot than what we're talking about today. What do you say to him when he comes in with a 9-bedroom house? How do you say no to that? Then you're completely destroying our neighborhood. Now we're gonna have these 2 huge McMansions in a neighborhood that is so iconic and so peaceful and quiet. To compare it to the other houses down the ring roads further south in Rubicon Bay is not fair at all. I mean, we are a really, I don't know, congenial home. I don't know, we're just a neighborhood that hangs together. And that is not part of our Rubicon Bay. And so to say that this house is in character with other homes on Rubicon Bay, I think is incorrect. And we really feel that this application is deficient in that the character aspects of our neighborhood, and that needs to be looked in further. And we just feel that the neighborhood's not being respected for what it is. And we really would like to see some more thought go into this, some more consideration, and that you not move forward with this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Okay, Catherine and Jessica.
Yeah, the first hand raised online is Dana Schneider.
All right.
Dana, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please, Ms. Snyder.
Good, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My husband and I are homeowners in Tahoe Hills, and I'm also a board member for Friends of the West Shore. You know, for the sake of just repeating the obvious here, just very quickly, is that this project is disguised as a single family dwelling to tear down the historical buildings, permit construction for the approximately, you know, almost 15,000 square foot, 9-bedroom, 13 bathrooms, gym, 2 piers, 2 kitchens, 1 in the front, 1 in the back, a library, an elevator, a rec room with a bar, a theater with 4 tiers of seating in it, outside decks and patios. So very much kind of piggybacking on what Carol said, this is not consistent with the neighborhood. If this was presented transparently as an event venue, it would trigger additional CEQA requirements for environmental impacts of such an enormous facility in a single family dwelling community. As we all know, the applicant does have a vacation home rental permit on this property. On August 26, 2022, I spoke with the applicant directly and shared my concerns about the enormity of this project, the potential of renting the property for large events like weddings and conferences increase this concern. He shared he was planning on renting the property and that he would have a manager on site, which is what he said today. And he stated also to me that if anyone tried to interfere with his vacation home rental, someone would have to pay for the damages for the loss of the use. Clearly, this project is masquerading as a single family dwelling. There are no El Dorado County vacation home rental restrictions on daytime guests. He could rent this to 8 persons overnight and have 200 daytime guests there, a wedding, or an 8-member corporate board and have 100 daytime guests there. As TRPA has experienced along with us, this project has not always been above board. The notice to the neighbors sent out by Xline on April 14th, 2023 used TRPA's format, TRPA's typical language. No matter what the intention of the notice as conveyed by Xline today, this was conveyed as a TRPA sanctioned event. It was not that. On advice, the neighbors did not attend this meeting. When the intentions are disguised, there's no opportunity to look at the larger impact on the environment and community and character. What has been done to reflect the impact of noise, scenic views, additional impact on lake clarity, increased motorized boat activity, light pollution, parking, increased traffic for potentially more than 30 occupants on a one-lane road with steep and dangerous curves off of 89? And with the lot line adjustment permit, the owner now has a larger lot in the Rubicon Area Plan 149, which says it should remain residential and the character. How can this be approved as a single family dwelling? And how can this lot line adjustment fit with the character of the neighborhood? Please deny the application in this form. I feel there's not been enough analysis done, and what has been done is inadequate. The approval needs a continuance to provide additional time to evaluate these concerns. We need a condition of approval for any special events. And, and again, stopping the demolition of the historical buildings. So thank you. Tahoe is a treasure to us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider.
The next hand raised is Jim Lyon. Jim, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Yes, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Lyon.
Fabulous. Jim Lyon, I am also with Friends of the West Shore. I am here along with other concerned citizens to comment on the collective objections to this project. I think first off, we would never have a project of this size and scale if it were not for the gerrymandering of the lot line. And I know the community that has already been approved, but it is appealable. But this project would not be here without that first happening. I've never seen in my time as a planning commissioner this type of gerrymandering creating such an odd parcel configuration. The other thing I want to address is the historic resource protection. I think that, there was a very nice report done. And that is a great report because what it does is it shows that this property is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. And because it does have remarkable integrity in the buildings, the landscapes, the setting, the workmanship, and everything else like that. And in fact, in the report, there were artifacts found on the site. And there was a recommendation to consult with the Washoe tribe and an architect and an architectural historian. There is no evidence of this consultation. So that is something that needs to be addressed. In addition, TRPA code requires substantial evidence in the record for the findings. And if you look at chapter 67, 67.3, there are two findings that need to be made. First off is that the action will not be detrimental to the historic significance of the resource, and that action is pursuant to a recovery plan approved by the state. So now, first off, demolition is detrimental. A written report is not adequate mitigation. TRPA has the ability to determine that the structure is historic and preserve it in some form. This could include relocation off-site or the repurposing or reuse on-site. Demolition and recycling is not a way to mitigate this because there is no historic context for the materials. I think Mr. Exline commented on the historic stone that there was no way to recycle or reuse except for to take it to Tahoe asphalt. That is not a mitigation plan. Secondly, the recovery plan needs to be approved by the state. And it specifically calls out to be approved by the state. There is no such approval in the record. And the hearing officer and TRPA staff is not in a position to make this determination. This would violate the TRPA code. And lastly, I think there has been a lot of discussion relative to the view shed and the screening of the property. I have a major concern with many of these properties that are right on the lake. There should be some sort of a condition that if there is landscaping, since we have no landscaping plan, but landscaping between the proposed project and the lake, that be native landscaping only, no non-native landscaping, no lawns, nothing that is fertilized, because that creates algae blooms in the lake, that reduces clarity, and clarity is one of the major issues that TRPA is supposed to be managing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
The next hand raised is Michael Zakaris. Michael, if you're on mute, you can address the hearings officer.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm calling in from Vermont, but I've been going to Tahoe since I was 5, and my mother since she was 5, and my grandmother since she was in her teenage years. My main comment is that I think we need to take a close, hard look at our planning rules and ordinances. I'm disappointed in Mr. Bukola and his plans. I don't think such ostentatious homes with 15 or 18 bedrooms are necessary. I think we're going to see way too much of it. The question of character of the neighborhood came up. I'm not sure how many people on the board here have walked through the neighborhood, but the answer to that is unequivocally yes, it will change. It has been changing because we're relying on property owners themselves largely to preserve it. And then some come along who stretch the rules to the limit. The rules are the problem, and they need to get much tighter. I mean, grandfathering in rental permits when the entire property is being destroyed and rebuilt, not just purchased, eradicated. How does that not trigger the need for a new permit? No more than 30 nights in a row, that's week T. You do 25, you pause for a day, another 25. And honestly, it's the revolving door of endless short-term rentals that's the real problem. How about taking a lesson from Santa Barbara and elsewhere? You want to rent your property on short-term rentals? You can only do so via your main residence, no second, third, or 10th properties. The lack of a McMansion ordinance, that's a huge mistake. Sounds like we had an opportunity a decade ago and missed it. How can we bring up such an ordinance again? You know what affects the lakeshore more than putting hats on porch lights? 15,000 square foot homes that are a stone's throw from the water. I have to note here on the so-called visible mass score, 30% sounds great, right? But 30% of such a massive property is still well over 3,000 square feet of permissible visible mass. In other words, a very large home, fully visible from the lake, dominating the point, as was said earlier. Is that really a win? These houses should be basically invisible. If that means requiring 50 mature trees to be planted, so be it. If it means downsizing, so be it. It feels like we have analog ordinances for a digital world. Or put another way, millionaire ordinances for a billionaire world. We need to catch up and we need to get in front of this, because otherwise it's not just the skies that are going to be unrecognizable at Tahoe as they fill with smoke most summers, but it's going to be the shoreline too. One of the speakers acknowledged this is a trend developing to the max extent, he said. We know that's happening. And if that's the trend, what are we going to do to get out ahead of it? Isn't that your jobs? If we find ourselves saying, well, the rules don't say, or there isn't really a rule about that, don't we make the rules? Let's rewrite them. Let's make that a priority tomorrow. My sense, unfortunately, is that this behemoth development is inevitable because it's happening within a flawed regulatory environment. So I urge you and Tahoe residents more broadly to push to change that environment so that a decade from now, we're not walking our kids past indoor basketball courts and 10-car garages and raging bachelorette parties, wondering what happened to the Tahoe we all love, wondering whether they belong there. We are all here for Tahoe. It's bigger than all of us, but we have to have the tools at our disposal to protect and preserve it. So I urge you to reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakaris.
Next
Jeffrey?
hand raised is Harold Appleton. Harold, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Kaplan. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, so our family's had a house near the property for at least 30 years. And so we know something about the neighborhood. The idea that Buttermilk Avenue is another way out. I don't know if you've been there in the wintertime, but that road's impossible. And cars even if it's plowed, cars are constantly stuck on it. So that doesn't count in my mind. Furthermore, the other approaches to the property are on, there are 2 blind turns on that thing. It's really dangerous. Another thing is to say the density isn't changing with this plan. Well, the way I see density is if you go from 2 houses, maybe that's 2 cars per house, to 2 houses and a permit for vacation home rentals, giving you maybe 16 cars, that's a change in density. So if the owner's serious about not renting it or just having his family use it, well, withdraw the vacation rental permit. I pretty much agree with everything that's been said by the opposition so far. Oh yeah, construction management, a shuttle. Well, we've had a lot of construction in the neighborhood, and I've had to ask people to move, the contractors and workers to move their cars all the time because there's not much parking on the street. So let's see what else. We have to address the cumulative impact of these developments, and Jay mentioned that the next one going down is right next to the subject property. So that's going to be added density. I'm a registered professional forester. I agree with what's been said about the fir trees. There's so many fir trees dying with the drought, and you may think the drought's over, but the effect on those trees is going to be continuing for years to come. So the current view is not what's going to be happening very soon. In fact, Jay's photo of dead and dying trees was a good indication. Brown fir tree, that's a dead and dying tree. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thanks a lot.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Leah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that I'm a 40-year land use planner in the basin. I think Andrew and I go back just as far. And when Andrew worked at TRPA, he held my feet to the fire. So I am expecting that as well. My disappointment is in the boilerplate references. Page 6 on the X-line document refers to this project being in conformance with Washoe County. The TRPA conformance worksheet refers to Park Avenue, which I believe is on the South Shore. So I don't know how much real thought went into some of the findings. The one-line character finding in the plan area statement doesn't mean that just because this is a single family home that it's something that should be allowed. And I beg to differ with Lynn Barnett, who I respect highly. I differ on what community character is. And community character is a sum of many parts. It includes the surrounding natural environment in consideration with its built surroundings, the cultural landscape and resources, natural features of the area, existing community character. I think Jay said that this is 9 times bigger, and there's maybe 1 or 2 houses that are larger, but 47 of them between here and Meeks Bay Resort were no bigger than 1,900 square feet. The existing craftsmanship, architectural style, colors, materials, massing, height, tree preservation, compatibility, unity, cohesiveness. I've never worked on a project where there wasn't a landscape plan. And I believe there's not a landscape plan because it's not possible to revegetate. And that is also in the plan area. And there was a visual, I guess, the resource viewpoint, and that resource viewpoint that was put up today makes reference to rustic. The other comments by everybody, I think, are right on and accurate. And TRPA does have the ability to
include historic properties on the register. In my planning career with the agency, I've seen lots of properties where you had to advertise, you had to either repurpose on site, or you had to relocate. And TRPA did not allow a recycling project. So they have the ability to do that. The Washoe tribe, there's a new elder in the historic department. He has not had time to reference this yet. He needs to weigh in. TRPA does have the ability to enforce plan area statement character. I've had to do that on the North Shore over and over and over again. So there was only one line by the applicant as to character. During construction, trees die 2 years later, and they die especially if they're close to any trenching. And I didn't see any plan for preservation, and a $10,000 security is very weak. The unlimited check on morphine is not analyzed in the thresholds. But in 2012, Lynn, we had lots of talks with the League to Save Lake Tahoe, and community character that I kind of referenced, that came from them, and it was part of the working groups. So if TRPA went back and looked at the notes, they might find that there are references to that. I also believe that this is just too big and that TRPA needs to continue. If Mr. Bukola really wants to work with the public, then I think that everybody should get in the room and duke it out. All right, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Catherine?
Yes, the next hand raise is Mark Roos. Mark, if you're on mute, you can address the hearings officer.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Roos.
Perfect. So I use my home, which is on the same side of the lake, maybe 6 to 8 houses down, in the summertime as well as the wintertime. And I have heard the commentary. What people I don't think are making a strong enough point about, which has been made, but I don't think it's strong enough, is that in the wintertime, this 1-lane road is covered with ice. El Dorado County is a large county. They have a large area to plow. Our road, this narrow little road that services my home, you can't even, well, let me back up. On Buttermilk, when you are entering this neighborhood, you can't make a left on a double yellow line. So you cannot enter, you cannot cross Highway 89, it's against the law, obviously, to cross a double yellow line to get into this neighborhood. So the only access point for those who live north of the Bukola proposed residence is right in front of the property, which again narrows down to a 1-lane ice-covered road. Right where their driveway access is where you make the turn. It's not even a safe spot, let alone the slope of their driveway isn't safe. And that is another problem with this property. There are so many inherent problems, yet everything seems to be swept under the rug by TRPA. I just am at a loss. I don't understand. None of the neighbors understand. It's not even a safe access point. There is no mitigation proposed for that. There's no mitigation. There's no parking on the street. One of the residents just said that there's very little parking. There's actually no parking on the street. It is a 1-lane road. So unless you live in that neighborhood, you don't have an understanding for what our neighborhood is. And the biggest regret is, again, the sheer mass of this property does not fit in with Billionaires Row and Rubicon and that stretch of the lake. These were 60-foot parcels that's on this, or I'm sorry, 60 feet of lake frontage that is in this area. These properties are obviously much larger, everyone knows that, but it doesn't match the character of the neighborhood. There's no matching at all. And what the architecture is an abomination. It is not attractive. It is not screened by anything, as prior residents have pointed out. There's no screening. There's absolutely no screening left, as everyone has pointed out. So to approve this with all of the neighborhood input, we're not just making this input because we don't want a large home there. No one wants to see this property. It's an abomination of the entire neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Catherine or Jessica?
Yes,
Anyone else?
yes, there are 8 more hands raised,
Okay.
just to keep us aware. Next hand is John Owens. John, if you're on mute, you can address the hearings officer.
This is John Owens. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Owens.
My name is John Owens. We have a home which my father and I built in 1960 at 8411. We purchased the lot from George Kellett, who did the original development in the area. His obvious intention was that it was to be for single-family residences primarily, and certainly no commercial orientations. And I would argue that a 14-room hotel would certainly violate the original intention. In terms of the character of the area, it again is primarily single family, few exceptions. There are some larger, certainly homes than ours, but still it is basically a single family, single group organization there. And this just totally destroys what's there. It is a total difference from what certainly George Kellett had in mind when he developed the place. And so consequently, in terms of the character of the area, this is just totally out of the character. Again, I've been coming up here for almost 70 years, and I have a pretty good idea how things have developed and what's come forward and what in effect is the character of the area. And that's about all I can say. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Owens.
The next hand raised is Judith Tornese. Judith, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Tornese.
Okay, great. I'm Judy Tornese, as you mentioned. I'm with Friends of the West Shore. TRPA has received our recent letter, but I wanted to reiterate our concerns with approval of these 2 residences, these proposed residences at 8305 and 8307 Meeks Bay Avenue. First of all, we're very disappointed to hear that the lot line adjustment was approved on June the 1st. This is a manipulation of the property line to benefit construction of a mega mansion that will also be a vacation rental. Now, additionally, the project is incompatible with the scale of the residential neighbor, as has been mentioned. 2 average single-family homes are now being morphed into a combined 15 bedrooms and over 17,000 square feet. Also, there's extremely limited on-site parking, which will cause related traffic congestion on the narrow street. There is a safety concern regarding access for emergency vehicles and evacuations in the event of a wildfire. This project will exacerbate problems with emergency evacuation on the small roadway. Other concerns include neighborhood impacts that often occur with large groups staying in a mega mansion or a vacation rental, such as noise, trash, parking accidents, etc. It is the responsibility of TRPA in El Dorado County to protect the neighborhood scale and character. This property will be more like a lodge than a single-family residence. As previously mentioned, there are many outstanding issues that still need to be addressed. So we ask that you please delay approval of this proposal as presented. The scale and size of this project needs to be reduced to be safer and more compatible with the neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Tornese.
The next hand raised on Zoom, your name is Nemo. If you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Hi, can you
Can you hear me?
Yes, could we have your full name, please? I think I missed it.
Mimi Morris here. I'm a nearby homeowner and former executive officer of the California Cultural and Historical Endowment. I share
Yes.
many of, okay. May I proceed?
Please.
I share many of all of the oppositional views expressed previously, but want to emphasize 4 points. 1, approval of this project will be a heinous disregard for historic resource preservation and especially the National Register. I'm appalled that one of the buildings was already destroyed. 2, this project compromises public safety. I think one of your prior speakers indicated how many vehicles, how many homeowners will be using one driveway that will then be feeding into a very narrow road that then feeds into a curved part of the highway that is already a blind spot. This is a dangerous public safety situation in normal situations, not when there is snow or ice or people trying to evacuate from fire. This is something that will rest on the shoulders of all the decision makers down the road if there is an incident. 3, the lack of a reasonable definition of the size of a single family residence is allowing this event venue project to slip in as a single family residence to the peril of all other nearby residents. And 4, the slope of the driveway was discussed earlier as being 12%, but in fact on the plans, it's shown at 19%. Now, a fire truck is going to have a very difficult time navigating that narrow road that is the public road, let alone a 19% driveway that's shared by 3 other houses at that slope. And then finally, one more comment. I know that there were multiple homeowners a year ago from the Meeks Bay area who wrote in and indicated their opposition to the destruction of the home at 8305 and the plans to build. These are individuals who have decades of time in the community. They loved that area. They were not advised of the methodology by which they could appeal the decision, which went against their views. And even if they had been advised, they would have had to pay $1,000 in order to fight this. We're already dealing with an economic disparity here with a multimillionaire who's just able to buy his way into everything and people who might not have $1,000 to fight this. I urge you to delay or deny this project so that there's equity and not disparity of treatment based on economics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Next hand raised is Emily Aldridge. Emily, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I apologize for my voice. I've been sick this week. I own a home in the Tahoe Hills area, the neighborhood across the street from across 89 from this home. To start, I would say in terms of the discussion that this is a single family home, I just think that there's just no way to call this a single family home. Mr. Bucola himself admitted that. He said that he would be using it with multiple other families at once. I'm not begrudging people from having friends and family at their home, but the size of this house and the accompanying property next door would essentially be allowing him to run a small hotel for his friends. And I just don't think that that is appropriate or legal in this neighborhood. In terms of the short-term rentals, even taking Mr. Bucola at his word that he'll only rent it 2 weeks a year, A, that's him saying that is not enforceable, and B, what happens if he sells the property? The next owner could rent it year round and have renters in and out all the time, which would result in a number of problems that I think other speakers have already discussed. One note on the scenic report and Mr. Bicola's application for 8307 was done in 2021, I think June of 2021, so 2 years ago. And it, you know, as everyone has seen in Jay's photos, there doesn't seem to be a single healthy tree between the shore and where the house will be. So I don't think that that scenic report as submitted is accurate anymore. I also agree with the previous points on creating a precedent. Mr. Bicola said, oh, there are other big houses along the shore. I don't know if that's true or not. Even if it is, I don't think that that's relevant. And I do think it's important to not set a precedent to fundamentally change the character of this neighborhood. Others noted as well, access to and from that street is already very difficult, and that recycling the house's components doesn't excuse the demolition of a beautiful historic structure. I think, you know, that's just silly to try to argue that that makes a difference at all. And, you know, just to wrap up, we bought our home 5 years ago, so we're relatively new homeowners in the area. But we bought here because of the quiet, modest, laid back character of the neighborhood. And this just does not fit in with that. Obviously, all of us homeowners here are incredibly privileged to have homes here, but this hasn't been a place to show off. And I think that, like everyone else on this call, that's not what I'd like it to become. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aldridge.
The next hand raise is Jen G. Jen, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Hi, my name is Jen Godebski and I live near the house being proposed. I want to speak to a few things. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Mr. Dempsey. Thank
Okay.
you. Go ahead.
Great, yes. I want to speak to the character of the neighborhood a bit. And that is that it is, as others have said, it's a lot of small homes. I love what the last speaker said, where the focus is really on, we've had a long history of sort of simple Tahoe living. Kids ride their bikes in the street, families walk in the streets, we talk with our neighbors. You'll see people sitting outside and enjoying the lake. It's very common. We have a telescope, we drag it up to the street and invite neighbors to look at the night sky and to see comets that we'll never see again in our lifetime. It's just really the focus is on outside and nature and enjoying it and being kind and thoughtful and considerate of each other. And so when there's something to work out with a neighbor, we work it out and we consider each other's sides and what's needed by both sides, whether it's a tree or we holler to each other if there's a bear and that sort of thing. And in regards to this property, I'd like to make note of the amount of light pollution that will be generated from this. And it's something that I hope that TRPA will consider something to look into as they have regulations about what impact it has on this natural beauty and those of us that are enjoying it. Is when you have something of this size, the sheer light pollution that's going to be created, that's going to impact our ability to enjoy the night sky and enjoy the evening, will be impacted by all of that light coming out of a house of this size. And you have regulations about downlights and things like that, but as far as the sheer size, something of this size too, I just, that sort of thoughtfulness of how's the wildlife going to get around this structure? All the water that's going to be used to flush all the toilets in this house and all the washing machines and all the dishwashers. The magnification of that is something that I think needs to be considered. I really appreciate the thought too that I guess I'll back up and say this first. I have to grab my kid from a class, so I'm trying to watch my time here too. It's really hard for me when somebody here, we have this very wealthy person coming into the neighborhood wanting to be friendly, but it feels like that means wanting us to do what they want, and there really is no consideration for the neighborhood itself and what we already have happening and what we want. And I find it really difficult when somebody who has the means to buy these properties and build a house of this size is asking us to understand that they need to rent the house to offset costs. My challenge would be to really maybe consider building a smaller house. The reason that these rental permits were created was to allow people who had no other way to afford being up here to offset some of their costs. not because they were stretching their dollars as far as they could, but because they wanted to be able to continue to enjoy Tahoe. So that just feels like an example of really not considering the neighbor, but asking the neighbor to be friendly for whatever it is that one wants to create. And that's where I'd like to, and, you know, there's been renters on this property. I've gone over there and I've said, hey, that, you know, you need to do this with the bears, and they laugh and they say, oh yes, they keep breaking into our house and eating our food. And it hasn't, there hasn't been a real concern for the neighbors, other than asking us to be considerate of what they want. And I would ask, TRPA, I really feel like it's been said, but I'd like to echo that I think it's really important that this is a moment to really step back and think about, how does this get handled and what is the precedent for the future? Because if it's money can buy and money can weave in and out of every regulation and get whatever one wants, it's really sad, and it really was going to leave a lot of people out. I was pretty saddened by the fact that one of the team members was proud that they had gotten the numbers of such a big house to fit within the guidelines. And they made the numbers work, instead of really thinking about what was necessary. You know, I don't know anyone else that has a gym or a media room. But the neighborhood's feeling is, let's get outside and enjoy what nature has to offer. We don't need to build all those things for ourselves. Just enjoy what's there. That's why we're there. So I would just end by saying that I really would love for TRPA to step back and really think about how are we going to handle this in the future, and the idea that if this is a fight about money, it becomes money always wins. But what really is Tahoe about? And what really is TRPA about? Really, so that we all can enjoy the lake. And this is a rising issue, to keep it affordable and accessible to everyone, and not just be the person with the biggest pocketbook can do whatever they want without having to consider each other and their neighbors, and making Tahoe something that everyone can enjoy. Thank you so much for your time and thoughts. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Kadepski.
Next hand raised is Wendy J. Wendy, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer. Wendy, if you're there, if you unmute.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, and can we have your full name, please?
Wendy Jordan.
Thank you, Mr.
I've been a resident of Meeks Bay Vista for about 50 years, but before that I grew up at South Shore. I've always loved the lake. I love the smell of it when I get out of my car when I first arrive in June or July, and oh, the pine trees, just the water, the fresh air, everything about it. And I am so proud of my neighbors right now. I can hardly stand it. Everything that's been said, I agree with. I think they're making great points. That whole report on the vegetative screening you won't see the house. That is not true at all. The light pollution is a factor, but it's a factor all along the lake where people put lights up out on their piers and leave them on all night. I've been complaining about that for years. I don't understand if permits for vacation VHRs are not transferable. How did these two new properties that were just bought recently, one of them's already been torn down and is in the process of being rebuilt, how did they get a permit? I thought it wasn't transferable. The other thing that I think we really need to protect our beautiful lake is some sort of definition of what is a single family dwelling. Because whatever is being built at 8307 does not sound to me like a single family dwelling. It is a huge building that is coming in and taking place of an adorable historic house on the point. Every time I brought people up to the lake, they said that was their favorite house on the West Shore. And it was so sweet with all the stonework they're saying they're gonna keep, but it doesn't have any meaning without the house. So Anyhow, I think we do need to define the size or something, have some limitations as to what a single family dwelling is. And I'm not sure it's, with indoor swimming pools or bowling alleys or whatever, gymnasiums and theaters. That doesn't sound like Tahoe to me. And I just hope you'll reconsider approving this permit, even though by your standards, it looks like everything fits. There's a lot of people that are worried about it and the future of the lake. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
The next hand raised is Bill McGrath. Bill, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. McGrath.
It's really awkward because you don't know where the unmute button is, and that's why I was concerned. My name is Bill McGrath. My wife and I have a home at 8357 Meeks Bay Avenue, 18 houses to the south. I serve as the secretary of the Meeks Bay Vista Property Owners Association, so I'm making some general comments on behalf of that organization. I appeared at the original hearing on 8305 Meeks Bay Avenue. I spoke, we wrote a letter. I would ask that that letter be incorporated into the record on this matter. But I'm here today. I'm the individual Mr. Bucola just mentioned in his comments. I had never met him before. During his conversation or his statements at the end of the hearing, he said, give me a call, and I called him the next day. He and I have had many very pleasant conversations. I drove to Tahoe one time. I saw two pickup trucks parked on the street. I sent him a text message, and 2 hours later, those trucks were gone. And I haven't seen a truck parked on the street since then. And Mr. Bucola has assured me he's told his contractor not to do that. So I've had a very pleasant relationship with Mr. Bucola over time. And he and I have agreed to disagree on certain matters. I believe this house is a little too large for our neighborhood, since all of the other houses are a traditional single family, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 square foot house. Mine is 2,200 square feet. My wife and I love being at Lake Tahoe. We, honest to God, can get there every chance we can get. I want to make a comment on behalf of my association. We have a meeting every year. On July 2nd this last year, we had a meeting, and the number one topic was the two properties at 8305 and 8307. Everybody at that meeting, and there were 75 people in attendance, wanted to talk about that and how they didn't believe it was in the character of the neighborhood. Now, whether the word character or characteristics fits in the code, it is just a house that is so large that it's just amazing when you compare it to the others. In fact, if you drive up there, and I thoroughly encourage Hearing Officer String not to decide today, go visit this site, stand on that pier, look at this site, and you'll be able to see what we're referring to. Now, I will admit, I intended to be at the meeting today. I really wasn't planning on commenting because my neighbors have made such great comments, but I have to cover a couple things. There was a reference by Mr. Exline about a community meeting. He's right. Every single person who got that letter and then realized it was a trick, it wasn't from TRPA, everybody decided they didn't trust Mr. Exline. Nobody showed up for the meeting. So please don't confuse the fact that nobody showed up for the fact that nobody opposes this project. Second, I have the highest respect for TRPA's General Counsel, John Marshall. He and I are co-counsel on cases. I've known him over the years. He's a first-class person. But I have to admit, his staff rather fumbled the issue of the driveway slope. Somebody just mentioned, if you look at the first page of the plans, the site plan, up near the top of the driveway, it expressly states the slope is 19%. And then the question was, what does the code say? And your staff fumbled again. If you look at code section 34.3.2E, it expressly states slopes of driveways shall not exceed the standards of the county or city in whose jurisdiction the driveway is located. Says driveways shall not exceed 10% unless TRPA finds the construction of a driveway with a 10% or less slope would require excessive excavation, and that the runoff from a steeper driveway shall be infiltrated as required by section 60.4. Here's the most important sentence. It's the last sentence. In no case shall the driveway exceed 15% slope. It doesn't say unless TRPA staff decide to ignore it. The governing board set the code. The code says 50, in no case shall the driveway exceed 15%. The plans show 19%. I could tell Brandy where to find him on the plans, but they do that. I thought this Zoom meeting would have me on a camera and I could hold up a piece of paper to show you where it shows that. But the bottom line is, I thought Mr. Bucola, when we raised this issue at 8305, would have changed his plans. I thought Mr. Exline perhaps talk to the Dobas, who have a dead piece of property next to them, realign the driveway so it attached to Meeks Bay Avenue at a different location than where the current intersection is. Because as Mr. Evans said a few minutes ago, the most important intersection in our entire neighborhood is that spot. And this driveway doesn't just serve 8305 Meeks Bay Avenue, a 5-bedroom home. It now will serve 8307 Meeks Bay Avenue, which Mr. Bucola proposes 9 bedrooms. And next door at 8311, that old house, which when they sold it, they didn't even show photos inside because it's in such bad shape. But somebody bought that for $6 million. They're going to design a new home and that'll have 4 or 5. So you're going to have either, 14 to 19 or 20 bedrooms down this single 19% sloped driveway. And I think that because the code expressly states that no driveway shall, in no case shall a driveway exceed 15% slope, I don't see how the hearing officer can approve this set of plans. I think he should send it back. Mr. Bucola can figure out, and Mr. Exline and their surveyors can figure out a good access. And I think that will avoid having this 4-way intersection at the top of that driveway. The final comment I would make, I would also encourage a site visit. And Brandy, I don't mean to speak directly to you, but I thought I was going to be able to show pictures. I sent you several photos by email in the last 30 minutes. I'm not sure if you can bring up those photos or not. But one photo I would encourage the hearing officer to look at is a photo that I didn't take. It's a drone photo that is part of the historical inventory document. I had down that it was page 59 of a 216-page document. I'm trying to find that document, but I got this picture from the historical inventory. It's a drone photo, and it's not taken at a time when the houses are all dark. The picture Mr. Exline showed with an outline of the structure is so dark you can barely see the house. But this drone photo, which I have sent to Brandy 30 minutes ago, is a photo that clearly shows all of the 3 houses that originally existed. It shows the single tree. I want to call single tree, and I sent Brandy a picture of the single tree too. This is the 34-inch pine tree down by the water, but it looks like a palm tree because not Mr. Bucola, he bought the property. The prior owners, in order to improve their view of Lake Tahoe, trimmed this tree up 60 feet to the top where there's a little top like a palm tree. And that's the only barrier between Lake Tahoe's waters and Mr. Bucola's big home. Mr. Bucola is entitled to apply for and seek this home. Like I said, he's a very pleasant individual, but the bottom line is his house is going to be, I paced off the front of Sunnyside. It's going to be like the Sunnyside Resort facing Lake Tahoe with a single pine tree, assuming it lives there. And another reason I would—
Could we wrap up, please?
I will. I promise you I will. The other reason I would say, the other comment I would make is a site visit is important because I'd like you to see the dead trees that surprised me when I went by on my boat recently. And there, you can see them in the pictures, etc. And finally, when you talk about screening a house, Mr. Exline, okay, that's the picture that Mr.
Right, we've seen this.
You can see the tree dead center in the middle, the house on the left.
We've got that. Let's stick to the drone, and then I want to move on to the next comment.
Okay, thank you. Brandy has just brought up the picture that I commented is the drone shot that is in the historic thing. That's the picture where you can see there are very few trees, many of which are dying now. And I would urge the hearing officer to go look, stand on those piers and see what this big house will look like if those trees die and are gone. And the final comment I would make is I didn't see in the permit a condition that there is no construction parking on Meeks Bay Avenue or on the public right of way. If that was in as a condition of 8305, I assume it will be a condition here. I will admit, I like Mr. Bucola. I wish he bought the property Mr. Zuckerberg bought, because this house would look great up the lake, just not in Meeks Bay neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Okay, Catherine?
We have two more hands up. Next one was Birdie. Birdie, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, can we, Birdie, can we please have your full name for the record?
Oh, it's Roberta, Roberta, last name Freeberg, Freeberg.
Thank you, Ms. Freeberg. Go ahead.
And I have a terrible cold and I'm losing my voice, so I'm going to try and get through this. I sent a letter, email to Miss Mahon. I'm sorry. And it was later in the day yesterday, so I'm not sure if any of you have actually seen it. I'm just going to go over it real quickly. I do agree with the subjective and objective concerns that many of my neighbors have regarding the proposed Bucola residence, including the lack of on-site parking and visitors to the property parking along Meeks Bay Avenue. However, my concern at this point in time involves public safety. There's been a little bit of discussion. This afternoon, I did get on late. I'm requesting that there be a contingency or condition for approval of this project that includes safety measures installed at the intersection to Meeks Bay Avenue from Route 89, which is closest to the applicant's proposed development. Entering and exiting Meeks Bay Avenue by vehicle at this location has always been dangerous and will be even more so with the increase in traffic from this development and others. I'm not an engineer or expert on this subject, and I'm not aware of the exact authority or agency to contact in addressing these concerns. At the very least, the roadside along Meeks Bay Avenue off of Route 89 at this intersection needs to be widened for both vehicle and pedestrian safety due to the blind corner there. It's already difficult for ambulances and fire trucks to fit through. Also, a convex traffic mirror or other form of safety device needs to be placed near the entrance to Meeks Bay Avenue as vehicles enter this intersection from traveling south on Route 89 onto Meeks Bay Avenue. There is a very dangerous blind curve here as well. I'm not sure if a study needs to be done before these other safety measures are approved. I don't have records of all of those that have been injured, but I'm very aware and have witnessed many close calls to pedestrians. I'm not just, there's been discussion about vehicles, but public safety comes first. Therefore, it is imperative that a condition for approval of this project includes safety measures at and along the entrance to Meeks Bay Avenue off of Route 89, closest to the location of the proposed project. What I didn't state in the letter, and I think all of you should be aware, especially if you haven't actually physically walked around the area of the proposed Bucola residence, is during the summer, there are literally hundreds of pedestrians and bicyclists traveling every day, north and south along Meeks Bay Avenue, past the Bucola residence to the end of Meeks Bay Avenue, where there's an entrance, a public trail entrance exists that leads to the Forestry Service campground and public beach, and eventually Meeks Bay Resort. That's just unless you actually live or visit Meeks Bay Avenue, you're not aware of the amount of pedestrians that there are daily during the summer, and that have to pass by the intersection I'm talking about, where cars come down or they're trying to get up. It's a blind curve there. I think it may be Caltrans property, but whatever it takes to make that area safer, it's imperative. And I recommend that all of you visit this site that I'm talking about as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Freeberg.
The last hand raised is Rob May. Rob, if you're on mute, you can address the hearings officer.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. May.
Hi, my name is Robert May, and I live at 8441 Meeks Bay Avenue. And I have been coming to Tahoe for the last 65 years and a 7-year permanent resident. And I propose that the applicant be required to put in visual polls for a scenic analysis, and that the board of the TRPA gets a look at what we're really talking about for the visual impact. I agree with everything that was said, negating the applicant. I think it's out of character, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's all been said. But I think the visual poll analysis for scenic would be imperative in this situation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. May.
We did have one more hand go up.
Okay.
Julie Hutchinson, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Hi there, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ms. Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the information that's been provided today, especially the hearing officer at the beginning acknowledging that some of the TRPA criteria and other information is very difficult for the general public to understand. There's banking, transfers, credits, conversions, concessions, and a million other policies, procedures, and stuff that frankly, the layperson is very difficult to go through and figure out all those things. However, those constraints that come up, it seems very easy for people who have the funds and resources to have people find workarounds to all of those different policies and procedures, and come up with kind of what we're seeing here as a piecemeal of a project to get what they want without looking at the project as a whole. And when you do piecemeal, you miss different things, and actually the policies and criteria you have gets almost used against the public or TRPA for that matter. I'm very concerned that we have a historic cabin who I've lived up here. My family's been up here since the early 50s. I recreate along Meeks Bay all the time and kayak and paddleboard through that area. My favorite place to go look at is those two historic cabins that sat on the point, and there's another one up there as well. And just what they are, it's not just the character of the community, it's the character of Lake Tahoe. Those few treasures we have left of what Tahoe has and was, and why it was settled here. And the fact that just by taking a few pictures and writing a report on that historic facility, we can just tear it down. So I'm very, very concerned with that. I also have a lot of concerns with obviously the noise, traffic, as everybody else has put into, and the vacation rental. I cannot even fathom how somebody can have a vacation rental permit and not even have a structure that's operational. El Dorado County's got some more explaining to do there on how you can have a permit without a structure. How does that get inspected? How do you file for your renewal? And it was just renewed, and the one is still under construction. That makes no sense to me. And I've had a vacation rental permit in the past, and it was quite laborsome to do that, and I could not have done it without a structure. So that's some stuff we're going to have to look into. Also, TRPA has some requirements on vacation rentals, like homes of 4 to 5 bedrooms, and having deed restrictions on those. I'm not seeing any deed restriction considered for this proposed development that would prevent this from becoming a hotel or prevent this from becoming 9 bedrooms that are a vacation rental. And it also requires the occupant to have most of the use throughout the year. So I hope that that is being considered, and that again, there's a lot of problems with this project. The fact that a lot line adjustment was allowed. Now we're working all the different angles to get to a whole project. I think this should be a whole project, not piecemealed as it has been. So I'm very concerned because of the cumulative impacts and protections of Lake Tahoe and these communities are being deeply impacted by this piecemeal approach to handling it. And I encourage TRPA and the hearing officer to go out and look at this, go walk the land, get out on the lake and look at it. You come around Sugar Pine Point, and this is going to be the only thing you see. It's going to be a huge eyesore on the lake. And to say a few pine trees are going to block that is just not factual. So I encourage TRPA and the hearing officer to re-look at that, make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed for the right reasons, not because somebody wants something and can afford to move ahead in the line and piecemeal the project. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchison.
One more hand went up. John Strictly, if you unmute, you can address the hearings officer.
Yes, hi, this is John Strictly.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Strictly.
Thank you. I'm really proud of all of my neighbors and friends who have contributed, and I may not be as eloquent as they are, but again, please go see the site. My family has been here. My grandparents bought our property and built our little less than 1,000 square foot cabin from the Kelletts back in the early 30s. And luckily we've been able to hold on to it. And yeah, one thing that we have learned being down on the northern end of Meeks Bay Avenue and living right next to Rock Haven, the other large structure in our neighborhood, which has actually ruined our summers for about 3 years as it was being built, and still can be a real problem, although the owner has been very nice. It has been rented and to various people, including the Zuckerbergs, about 3 years ago, and with security people all over the place and traffic, and it was a big pain. One thing about that place is that when people come into or sightseeing in Meeks Bay, they gravitate to that place, although it's fairly tasteful and is somewhat screened. There's always people gawking, and I can just imagine, as the last speaker said, when somebody comes into the bay and sees this humongous Bacala residence, that it's just going to be full of gawking people and boat traffic, and I just see it as not being very good. Anyway, again, I urge you to go see the area. There's no way it can be screened, even the minimal amount that's been proposed. And I'd just like to end by saying, please don't ignore the folks that live here and have been here for so long and enjoy this beautiful area. And please hold this project to the actual TRPA rules and regulations, and don't just let it slide and just because this guy has a lot of money, push forward with it. Your mission statement reads, "Our mission is to lead the cooperative effort to preserve, restore, and enhance the unique natural and human environment of the Lake Tahoe region while improving local communities and people's interactions with our irreplaceable environment." I don't think the Bacala project would preserve, restore, enhance our unique natural and human environment. Some people say that TRPA stands for Tahoe Rich People's Agency. Please prove that is not true, and that the TRPA works for all of us and really does try to protect our wonderful Tahoe environment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strictly. Catherine, anyone else?
There are no other hands raised to comment on that.
Anybody else in the audience who has not had a chance to comment already? I think we have one left.
My name is Cheryl Anson, and we've had a family cabin in the Meeks Bay area since 1961. And I agree with all of my neighbors and all the input. I know you don't need to hear a lot of that repeated. I will say that I'm very sad that TRPA years ago missed the opportunity to regulate the size of lakefront homes, which are beginning to dominate the lakeshore of this amazing and treasured lake. Since the opportunity was missed, shouldn't TRPA make a point of coming out to review projects of this magnitude? I know a lot of people have mentioned it. I think it would be something very important for TRPA to take on if they're going to approve these lakeshore huge homes to visit the site, as many people have pleaded and invited you to do so. I think the idea of story poles, which would give you truly an idea from the visual angles, from the lakefront angle, you'd really be able to see it from the highway angle, from the Meeks Bay Avenue angle. I think that should be required in this case, and I hope that you take the time to consider that. On the VHR issue, and by the way, Mr. Strictly commented on the Rock Haven property. That property has been rented for years. It has never held a VHR permit. If you look it up on the site, I know this is not a VHR meeting, but you will see that there's an awful lot of issues with VHRs in terms of being able to track rental properties. And that speaks to the fact that Mr. Bucola has a rental license for his property. But there are a lot of holes in the whole VHR licensing program. But on that issue, could TRPA stipulate that Mr. Bucola relinquish his licenses, since he says he really won't rent these properties out? And he's also very interested in mitigating neighbor concerns. That's a huge neighbor concern. On that note, he says he's going to remove a pier as well as a boathouse. Does he get held? Does he get held to that? Does that get followed up on? I agree with Mr. Strictly, the gawkers that are down at Rock Haven, boats come from all over to look at the mansions, same at Incline. All of these lakefront mansions are taking up just so much interest and dominating what is such a beautiful shoreline. And I think it would be nice if there were more consideration for approval on these massive, massive properties, especially in neighborhoods that don't represent that size home. I don't need to read the mission statement. It was just read to you by Mr. Strictly, and you know it well. But by no means does this property preserve or enhance our natural environment. I don't see how it will improve local community or local interactions based on all the input and info that you've received so far. Would you want this rental resort next to your home? Probably not. Our Tahoe environment is incredibly precious and worthy of responsible guardianship. TRPA's mission states its interest in doing just that. Please take the proper amount of time to consider this application to build such an outrageously sized property, which also holds short-term rental licenses. Please don't allow this precedent to take place in small neighborhoods around the lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Catherine or Jessica, anyone else? All right, at this point, I will close the public hearing. That includes all of your testimony as well as everything we've received up until this point via email in writing. Thank you for commenting. I have a couple of questions and then I'm ready to make a decision as we sit here now. I'm going to start with Nick. Making notes, I'll try and do this in an orderly manner. Does and Ms. Anson actually hit on this. I had it in my notes too to ask, and Mr. Bucola mentioned it. Does the project description include the removal of one of the piers and boathouses as he mentioned? Is that in the project and in the project description?
No, and even if we wanted to, that's not possible. It would be a completely different regulatory permit action with TRPA. It would be a shore zone permit action, so we couldn't commingle this action with anything involving piers. But to the next question would be, no, nothing has been submitted as it relates to piers as of yet.
Okay. And in your experience, Nick, as a professional planner and worked on many projects here around the lake, does this building as designed meet the planning statement in our plan area 149 that says the Rubicon area should remain residential, maintaining the existing character of the neighborhood?
Yes, I completely agree with the statements by Mr. Barnett earlier in the meeting. And I also know that is the interpretation as it relates to character that TRP has always taken in residential plan area statements. And if I might just quickly, I think it's important to realize that, most of the comments that have been raised today are less so about this project, I would argue, and more so about the processes of TRPA. Because as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we meet every regulatory requirement to allow for a single family residence to be constructed, height, coverage, scenic. We didn't rely on our own interpretations to safety. That's why we asked the fire department. We didn't rely on our own scenic vantage point. That's why Miss Good selected that photo. It was taken in the middle of the day. It's just replica after replica. And so it could have been taken anywhere. It was TRP staff to pick that particular location, not our own. And so I guess what I would want to just ensure we have incredibly clear is that we followed every process and precedent that TRPA has ever exhibited with these type of residences. We tried to the greatest extent possible to go above and beyond as it relates to historic. I think scenic was brought up repeatedly throughout this process, and I will let everyone know like a really uncomfortable truth. We would make the scenic work if we removed every tree. So even in the absence of any error, I would argue it's even irrelevant. We have 7,000 square feet of a remaining allowable visible mass approximately. We're only showing a complete screening of about 5,000. So as we continue to look at this process, I think it's really important that we look to the process. I work on affordable housing projects. I'm treated the exact same way as I was treated on this project. I work on renewable energy projects. I was treated the exact same way. And in those renewable energy projects, as we start to go for, code interpretations and changes, I've never sat at a lectern and said, hey, this is good for the environment and in alignment with TRP's mission statement. You know what you should do? You should change the code now based on my sentiments. I engage in a process. We're engaged in that process now. It's a month-long process. I'm going to be reviewing the TRPA carbon reduction dashboard shortly. I had to reschedule my appointment. But all of these things go along in the process. We have to align and trust our processes. That's all we're asking here. We took every step. Everything had been reviewed in detail. And as I heard all the entirety of the comments, although I empathize greatly for people, change is incredibly difficult. I feel that in my own neighborhood. So I don't want hypocrisy, but as I told my wife in different situations, and I told other people, we have a process and we need to adhere to that. And if people would like to change TRP's processes, I would encourage them to come and get engaged. But it's a month-long process, as I referenced. I encourage renewable energy. I run for a local office just to incentivize renewable energy and solar energy. We're having to change scenic realities at TRPA to allow for that, but it didn't happen overnight. It's a really long process. And so I would encourage everybody to come engage if they have questions, comments, would like to see a change. It's a very dynamic process, but we have to follow precedent. We have to follow our processes, and we have to follow the realities of how TRP moves things forward. And then just one other quick point about the 19-foot driveway. The 19-foot section is just the very uppermost section of the driveway as you're coming into the property. That section of driveway is actually located within an easement, so it's incredibly challenging to change. We're also, to the earlier statement, we're leveling off the driveway, so we're actually improving a currently non-compliant situation. And so we're taking the situation from today and making it better. I wanted to hit on all those points because I thought they were incredibly important. And then again, encourage everybody if they'd like to see a change of TRP to become engaged, but we have to follow the rules in place at the time of an action moving forward. So I know that was a bit long-winded, so I do apologize.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. I have a question for staff and Nick hit on one of the pieces of it. I didn't see in our staff report the finding that Mr. McGrath pointed out regarding that driveway percentage. Do we need to include that? And I'm not sure which council to ask.
I'll start. We have, just as a way of explanation, we have two attorneys representing different parts of the agency. Marcia Birch is on the line representing, kind of directly servicing the hearings officer to provide independent counsel if needed. I'm here kind of representing staff and presenting staff's perspective. I guess I would, regarding the finding, the question that I would have is from our reviewers, does that 19% it's existing, and there was a requirement for in 34.32E that the no pay shall the driveway exceed 15% slope, but we have an existing driveway. Is that the reason why we don't have a finding regarding this one? Or if you do have a finding, it should be that
it's
Lynn, do you want to respond?
Yeah, the application of the code, from my experience, has been for new driveways or modified driveways. This section of driveway exists, and it's shared with the neighborhood. And we have not applied this as a pass-fail test for a project. So if somebody had a non-conforming driveway in the past that was too steep, but they're modifying part of that driveway, where they have the opportunity to modify, where they're changing those driveways, they should bring them as close in conformance as possible, but we don't, the TRPA, I mean, it's your decision, but I don't think in the past it's been consistently applied that the property has to bring the non-conforming sections of driveway into compliance.
Randy,
if it was a new driveway, different story.
And I think this is addressed in the 8305 discussion, because it was being modified during that hearing, and we had touched upon it back then, and there was concern with traffic and all that. And I believe they were widening it, and we had deemed it sufficient to, instead of going ahead and excavating a large chunk of it. But don't quote me on that. I believe we had that conversation last time around.
We did, and we discussed at the time, if my memory is correct, to lessen that slope, it would require a greater amount of fill to be brought in below the steeper area to lessen the slope, and that fill in itself was an environmental concern.
No, I believe we discussed it at the last hearing also.
So do we need to make
I would
the
suggest,
finding and then say, include some of the language we have just talked about is about the why the strict application of that percentage in cases like this, or in this case specifically, I'll leave that to you.
yes, we need to make that finding.
As to why you're doing that. I understand the precedent. And it's a unique situation, it looks like, with the third parcel that Mr. Evans and others talked about. Whether or not that gives any relief to change that and they meet the code standard or not, I don't know, but.
And I don't know how it's changed the geometry for the access to the neighbor. It has to be reviewed with all the properties that are involved. There's 3 properties that are served.
Agreed.
Driveway.
I'm more interested, certainly to make a finding and talk about how we are or are not compliant with that part of the code. Or what the standard practice has been.
I have a question about that, because since it's on 8305, but it is a project area, does it still need to be made? Or is it as part of the previous project that I had to be made?
I think we need to make a finding regarding the section. And so sounds like you have the ability to make the finding either based on, let's say, an existing driveway that portion is not being changed. Or if you need additional information or take a stricter view of that that the entire driveway has to come in conformance with 15%.
Okay. Then the other questions I have are related also to our code and our findings, and there they were raised in part by people who offered comments, and they have to do with the historic resources finding, which we do have in our findings.
I'd like to address that.
Hold on a second, better finish. Did you
Oh,
have a?
Yes, there are two specific pieces to this. Number one, I thought I understood, I'll have to tell you who it was that said that, maybe it was Mr. Lyon. That the report noted that there were the potential for tribal resources or Washoe resources that may have been located on the site, and it's been my experience that then triggers some sort of not formal consultation, not federal consultation, I don't mean that, with the Washoe.
I don't believe that there was a comment that there may have been resources. The comment was that the tribe had not been consulted, and what he is doing is referring back to CEQA. CEQA was, and the California State Zoning, Planning, and Development laws were changed within the last 10 years, requiring tribal consultation on non-exempt projects. So under CEQA, there's a list of exemptions, and things that are not exempt are not on that list, obviously, but there's a tribal consultation requirement.
Would you mind, Lynn, or your team taking a brief spin through that historic resources report, just ensuring we don't have any?
There's no consultation requirement for
No,
TRPA.
that's not what I'm saying.
And
That they did not locate any potential
the historic report
on that.
was not a cultural report. It was, so there's archaeological and there's historic. This site has not been identified as an archaeological site. And it's not on the TRPA maps, and there's no evidence, although, I'm not saying that it might not be an artifact out there. But this was looked at because for historic protection under the code. If it was on the TRPA resources map for potential archaeological resources, it would have had an archaeological report. So the applicant is proposing, not as part of this application, but a future application to modify some piers. One of the requirements of the state for those pier modifications is that they perform an archaeological survey of the lake bottom. So that will be coming for that area, but it's a requirement, it's a standard requirement. But again, there's nothing in the TRPA code that would require the archaeological work upland of the high water.
Okay. And nothing in our report that alludes to any of that.
No. If I may too, on the findings, the code does talk about state SHPO approving.
Yeah.
But if you talk to both state SHPOs, you'll find out that they're a reviewing agency that has a holdover from, that's never been corrected in the code. The state SHPOs have never technically approved anything. They review, their consulting agency. The approval responsibility falls on the TRPA.
So let me go back to council then. The words in the code say something different than what
The practice is.
what the practice is, yes.
I think over time, TRPA has applied a gloss to that requirement that requires at least attempting consultation. And then we have our in-house resources that double check the report. That's been our practice.
Yes, that's been my experience. That's been our practice.
And I can tell you when
So
I
we're on
was,
clear ground.
I wouldn't say the ground is clear. I would say the ground has an established practice that allows us to move forward, given the fact that they, one, are generally non-responsive on single-family dwellings, and two, that they don't approve, they will not write a letter of approval.
Okay, good, thank you. The question I have on our scenic work that's been done to date, and it's probably dealing with the viewpoint selection. Is it head on to the proposed house itself? The proposed house has not quite an architectural crowd to it, but it's got a front section, and then I think maybe it was Craig or someone who described a couple of wings that go off to the side. And Was our viewpoint selection essentially perpendicular to the center of the house? Do we know that? Nick, anybody?
I don't think it was selected with reference to the house because I believe it was selected prior to the design of the house, the application of it. Is that correct?
In combination with it. So
probably not.
Nick Eckstein for the record. So the typical scenic vantage point photo shoot, and I took these photos on a beautiful sunny day. And this follows suit with every project, although drones are being used more frequently now, I would say, is generally speaking, whether on a boat or a kayak or whatever, you start going parallel with the shoreline at a distance of 300 feet, taking a photo, go a distance, take a photo, and you provide a series of at least 10 photos of TRPA staff. We don't kind of tip the scale as to, A, B, C, or D, or so forth. And TRPA staff then says, we want to look and we want you to review your scenic from this perspective. And that happens at the onset of the process.
I presumed a viewpoint was selected from which to build the analysis.
Right. And so we, to be quite blunt, as I mentioned, kind of with the scenic realities we face, any angle we would have chosen, we still would have had excess scenic allowable visible mass and space. And so there's no gaming of the system. There was no desired viewpoint. It was, we provided the TRP staff, but I would have been fine with any of those viewpoints. And again, it would have been irrelevant to our ability to make the scenic work.
I want to make a couple observations and I'll wrap up, is that as you probably heard, there's been an awful lot of discussion about two items over which we don't have a lot of space decision wise. And number one is the short-term rentals or the vacation home rentals. And I am sympathetic. I've been in neighborhoods and lived in neighborhoods that have had them. I understand what your points are, and I think I'm sensitive to that. I get that. I also trust Mr. Ferry and his people and our supervisor who was here, that they have gotten the word and they are very good and very on top of implementing in their program of short-term rental permits. It's every jurisdiction, not only in our part of the world, but throughout where people want to be. Think of the communities that you visit or rent, seek to find short-term rental that may not be a hotel or a condominium or a lodge. Every community is struggling with this, or at least they're dealing with it now. Some never did. Some did from the beginning, like Carmel by the Sea, for example, on the coast in Monterey County has done that forever. But I trust that they're going to do their job. And that's not a place that we have any role in terms of the short-term rental. But I understand it. I'm sensitive to it. The quality of life and the ability to enjoy one's property, there's a legal term for it, about quiet enjoyment, I think it is. Yeah, exactly. It's not quite one of those, God-given inherent rights, but it's not far from it either. I agree. So I trust that the county and their staff, particularly these systems, are complaint driven. It's important to be able to pick up the phone or maintain a relationship and contact those folks who the tax dollars go to support, and the permit fees go to support them to do their job on behalf of the residents and those people who come to the county, either live or visit or call it home or might want to call it home someday. We all came here at some point. So I'm sensitive to that. And secondly, I'm also sensitive to the fact that in our discussion about bulk and mass and height and color and reflectivity, those things that help a community, this is in terms of character. We don't have a rule for that. We have ideas that it should be important, but we do not have written rules. We have some pretty amazing visual magnitude, visible area rules that most of the rest of the world in sensitive view sheds don't have. And many, many years ago, Greg Lean and Leah Kaufman and Lynn Barnett, I don't know if John was here or not, we all stood out there with strings and rulers to try and understand the concept of visual magnitude and color contrast to enter that into our regional plan package. And I was part of that too. And it's come a long way and it's very sophisticated now. And I'm very impressed with how it's applied. And that reflects back on, we don't have a standard. I'm not sure that we should. Perhaps it's left best to a smaller neighborhood wide or local government wide character. We don't have rules on what makes character. This does, but this doesn't. We don't have these, but I do appreciate your concerns and your comments about that. I've been looking at the map that Lynn and his team provided of this plan area, which is long. It doesn't quite go all the way down to the south to the ring roads. You all know those properties just north of Bliss State Park. They're in a separate plan area next door. And it doesn't include the Meeks Bay Resort or campground area. That's a recreation plan area that's to the north of you. But it is a varied neighborhood in terms of density. The points made about the pier density down along the shoreline in parts, that's true. That's just fact of the matter. That's what it is. So it is made up of different visual characters from one end of the plan area to the other, particularly then when you look at the foreground along the shoreline, the middle ground that's visible up and down right by the highway, and then the highland where the Rubicon Hills is. Those are completely different visual characters as I see it, but I am sympathetic to the points that have been made about this is inconsistent with the character of our part of the plan area. I get that. What I am concerned about, I do have two major concerns, and I'm intending to continue this item until these concerns are addressed. And number one has to do with the scenic analysis. One single family residence like this is not going to change a threshold travel route rating. That's been, I think, a time tested relationship in Lake Tahoe since these thresholds existed. And I remember once upon a time, Greg sent me a postcard of mansions and large homes along the lake with piers with, he wrote on it, people like to come up here and look at these things. And I believe that. I agree. He was right when he sent that to me. Some people. Those who get out on the lake who maybe don't spend all their free time or aren't regulars out on the lake. I am struggling with looking at this set of trees on this site plan that are going to be maintained regardless of Nick's point of view of the scoring of the visual magnitude visible area of how much has not been used, how much could be used. I'm not persuaded by what's on this and the photos that have been shared here today that house will meet those screening numbers. As I look at and I've highlighted each one of these on the site plan in yellow of the trees between the lake and the house that are to remain, the lion's share of them, all but I would tell you two, are right up next to the house. And it has been my experience in Tahoe, many are firs, a few are pines, and it has been my experience here in Tahoe that those trees do not survive when you're running equipment over them, when there is compaction going on around them. And it is fair to say that this is a large enough structure and will have construction methods used where this isn't going to be done with wheelbarrows and picks and individual people or all done by hand. It can't be. I'm concerned that what's shown here, as well as the updated photos that we've gotten from those of you who have provided them of today's conditions, isn't going to represent what's there shortly after this house is constructed. So what I want to have happen is I want the staff, I'll leave it to you all to work out who, with the right lighting, which is important to the simulation. I want a simulation prepared of what's there today. And I want one prepared, and this is what can be done pretty rapidly with the computer once the data is entered, of what happens when those trees that are right up against the home, and I'm happy to show them to you and to everyone, are gone. I want to look at that, and I want the accurate photo simulations done. And the science, the art and the science of these has come a long ways in a very short amount of time compared to when we used to do the sketching with Prismacolor pencils over the top of slides. This can be done.
That I heard today that they've begun to stake out the corners, but I would like, if you're gonna be in the field, it'd probably be very helpful to see those stakes to actually see the degree where, the house is going.
That was why I asked the question about where was this viewpoint taken from relative to this? I wanted to understand.
And to stand there and say, well, this is going to be a foundation and this is not, I think will answer some of your questions. And the story pole idea, I think, is also very helpful if they prepare. Those are simple.
That's an easy wireframe diagram that can be used to create the simulation, but given the length, and it's if you measure it in a straight line, I measured, I think, about 200 feet from edge to edge. that I want you to cause to happen, 2 simulations. One that incorporates these trees. And the other one that the trees that are shown inside the construction limits, which are outlined on the site plan, they're pretty easy to spot, are gone. Because my sense is that it's not gonna take long and most of the ones that are inside the plan are gonna be gone.
And Andrew, to be clear, are you looking for a wireframe? Or are you looking at building materials?
Those are photo simulations.
Whole thing.
Yeah, and I want you to use that then to do the visual area scoring. Well, I'm struggling to follow along and make sense out of what it's a great first step that's been provided, I think probably by the design team that's in the plans on sheet A 3.2. That's a terrific first step, but I think what we've seen today, the evidence that's been presented, and what I read on the site plan itself relative to where these trees are and how a house of this magnitude would likely be constructed. I want to see that. The other concern I have that was raised, and I think it's a valid one for this neighborhood, and it's not normal that this would happen, but I want to see a focused traffic study on what happens when this house is built, the other one's built, they're at their full occupancy, and adding in what the background traffic levels are on the turn movements, the access, those traditional things of a traffic study. I'm not talking about VMT, I'm talking about LOS, but I've been persuaded by everyone who's commented today that there's a huge concern from their local knowledge of the neighborhood that this is a site, particularly right at the end of the main access road that comes off, and it almost sounds like it's not very long until you reach the highway from there. What happens when we are at a peak weekend or a peak summer type of condition? What happens? And I realize for single families, this relatively never happens, but there is a finding that's in, I believe it's chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 3, that provides that opportunity when we have concerns, and I think the public has raised a reasonable concern on this issue specifically, that I want to see that prepared and then analyzed. We have the ability to do that, to analyze it in-house. Is that correct?
I will have to discuss, talk with our.
You all know how that
transportation engineer.
happens
Yeah.
better than I do.
Most likely it would be, Bridget. Would be our in-house resource on traffic analysis. But generally, if it's done by a traffic engineer, we generally rely
Just
on
review
that.
and look for,
Yes.
to follow along the logic, so to speak.
Yeah, generally it's prepared by the applicant and we review it.
Okay, I will leave it to you to figure out how you get that done, but I think that is necessary in this instance.
And for clarification, you're looking at summer peaks. There was discussion about winter snow ice conditions. Is that also part of the traffic analysis?
Summer.
Okay, so no winter analysis required.
I heard most often for the most of the people that I made notes from who provided testimony that the summer is the busy time in this part of Meeks Bay. And with that, I'm going to continue the item until those items are presented back to staff, have a chance to analyze them, look at them, and bring back your information, bring back your recommendations and any findings, changes, whatever the results look like. And I want to thank everybody for taking the time. I know we've been here a long time today. For your input, your presentations, answering questions, providing your thoughts, and what's important to you. That's how the public process is intended to work. And I thank you for your input and participation. And we'll stand adjourned.
Do you have any?
Thank you all.